Chapter 720. After absorbing the entire quasi-grade 3 crystal marrow and polishing it, Yen Chutian opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the quasi-grade 3 crystal marrow was of limited help to the polishing of his divine palace, it was better than nothing. Moreover, with the accumulation of crystal marrow, the area of his divine palace that had been polished to perfection was constantly expanding, and it was no longer unreachable. At the very least, his divine palace, which was 23,000 feet tall, was now 17,000 feet tall and had been polished to perfection. However, Yen Chutian also knew very well that if he really wanted to polish his divine palace to the limit, not only would he need grade 3 crystal marrow, but he would also need grade 4 crystal marrow. However, grade 4 crystal marrow was not so easy to find. Up until now, he had not even obtained a grade 3 crystal marrow. However, Yen Chutian also understood that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and could only rely on luck. When the time came, news of the crystal marrow would naturally come. With this thought in mind, he calmed down and continued to watch over the many disciples who were searching for crystal marrow in the crystal marrow mine. However, under his watch, his sweeping gaze suddenly swept across the horizon and saw a figure stumbling over. Yen Chutian was not familiar with this figure, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with it. This was because this was one of the 30-odd bronze plate disciples who followed him. Seeing this, he knew that the situation was not good. It was likely that one of the teams that had been separated from his team had met with an accident. Without any explanation, Yen Chutian immediately rushed out and went straight to the disciple. However, the moment he appeared, the disciple, who was in a sorry state and covered in blood, finally fainted. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yen Chutian supported him and hurriedly retreated. Yen Chutian's situation was seen by the other disciples. They were also keenly aware that one of the teams that had been separated from their team had met with an accident. Therefore, they subconsciously stopped searching for crystal essences and gathered around Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian did not pay attention to the people around him. Instead, he quickly circulated his spiritual energy and sent it into the unconscious disciple in front of him. He could sense that this disciple was in grave danger at this moment. Furthermore, he could see that these injuries were caused by human cultivators, not marrow beast. In other words, the other party clearly had the ability to easily shatter his nameplate, but he chose to deliberately injure it. This situation caused an additional layer of coldness to appear in his eyes. After a while, under the constant nourishment of Yen Chutian's spiritual power, the disciple who had fainted finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed the figures around him, as well as Yen Chutian behind him. Then, without caring about his own situation, he hurriedly said, "Head disciple Yen, we were attacked by a small team from the Tianyang faction. Senior brother Qin Hai's nameplate was directly shattered, and the rest of the disciples were detained by them. Head disciple Yen, hurry and save them." Hearing this, Yen Chutian also understood the urgency of the situation, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he calmed down the former's emotions and continued to ask, "How many people were there in the Tianyang faction, and how were you able to escape?" Hearing this, the disciple hurriedly continued to speak. This time, Yen Chutian finally understood the general situation. There weren't many disciples from the Tianyang faction that appeared. They were about the same size as their small team, and they encountered a crystal essence mine. Naturally, there were no words to speak in such a collision. It was a collision of strength. As for the result, it was obvious that the small team from the Cloud Sky faction had been completely defeated. The third-level Sky Palace Realm Qin Hai's nameplate had been directly shattered. As for why he was able to escape, it was because the third-level Sky Palace Realm disciple, who was the leader of the Tianyang faction, was extremely arrogant. He said that he could find others to take revenge. But if he came too late, then don't blame the remaining disciples for being humiliated before their nameplates were shattered. Hearing this, although there were no mistakes, Yan Chutian still faintly felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he immediately asked the disciple another question, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he finally understood. After that, he naturally did not hesitate. After instructing a few people to take care of the injured disciple, he led the 4 second-level Sky Palace Realm disciples and rushed in the direction pointed out by the disciple. Yan Chutian did not care how the other 10 disciples would deal with this situation. Since they had beaten up his people, he would take revenge one by one. Moreover, if he disappointed them, wouldn't he be letting down the efforts of the Tianyang faction disciples? As they flew, they quietly traversed a distance of 10,000 feet. After such a distance, they finally sensed the presence of a crystal essence mine on the horizon ahead, as well as the strong smell of blood. Head disciple Yen, they are there. All of a sudden, a bronze plate disciple beside Yan Chutian pointed his finger and shouted. But in fact, there was no need for him to speak. Yan Chutian had already seen the scene there. However, contrary to the information he had received earlier, there were only 4 people left in the original 8-people team. In other words, other than Qin Hai, there were 3 other disciples whose nameplates were shattered. Perhaps it was fortunate that they had their nameplates. Otherwise, those disciples would not have been expelled from the heavenly desert, but would have been obliterated. At the same time, Yan Chutian naturally saw the small team that had captured him. The remaining 4 bronze plate disciples were from the Tianyang faction. This team seemed to only have 9 people, which was comparable to the original team led by Qin Hai. When Yan Chutian and the others saw the other party, the 9-man team from the Tianyang faction naturally saw Yan Chutian and the others as well. Immediately, the leading Tianyang disciple sneered and said, "The speed at which you called for reinforcements is really slow. If you were any slower, you wouldn't even be able to protect these 4 pieces of trash." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yan Chutian and the others. Then, he sneered disdainfully, "What? Has the Cloud Sky faction declined to such an extent that you can't even bring out a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace stage? Impudent! This is head disciple Yen, one of the top 10 disciples. How dare you be so arrogant?" The other party's disdainful words immediately made a bronze plate disciple beside Yan Chutian unable to restrain himself and scolded harshly. Yan Chutian's strength was obvious to all. Even Qian Wanren was defeated by him. The other party was only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace stage and wasn't a disciple with a seat. What right did he have to be so arrogant here? But upon hearing the shout, the leading disciple of the Heavenly Sun faction was not angered. Instead, he looked at Yan Chutian with interest. He scanned him several times and slowly said, "So you are Yen Yun, the only disciple of the Cloud Sky faction who has a seat at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm." At this point, he suddenly laughed mockingly. "Ha ha! It seems like the Cloud Sky faction is really done for. Even a cat or dog can become a disciple with a seat in the top 10. You." Beside Yan Chutian, the bronze plate disciple at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace stage was enraged. However, while he was enraged, Yan Chutian stopped him from speaking and faced the leading disciple from the Tianyang faction. Could it be that the disciples from the Tianyang faction are all a bunch of talkative people? Letting go of a disciple from the Cloud Sky faction is just to lure people here. But even if I'm here, what can you do? Head, of course, I'm going to cut you down. Thinking about it, a seat disciple from the Cloud Sky faction being defeated and expelled by an ordinary disciple from the Tianyang faction, it will definitely become a legend if this news spreads. The head disciple of the Heavenly Sun faction coldly said. Shortly after, he stomped on the ground and leaped forward, attacking Yan Chutian along with his arrogant words. "Remember, the one who defeated you today is Zhang Heng from the Tianyang faction." Hearing that, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change at all. He allowed the attack to come, and only at the last moment did he slowly raise his right fist to meet the attack. The seemingly aimless punch blasted out, but in the next moment it suddenly collided violently with another fist seal. In an instant, energy ripples spread out. It was enough to cause the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Tianyang faction to subconsciously circulate their spiritual energy to resist. Sogu. Chapter 721. Although this Zhang Heng was arrogant, the strength he possessed was genuine. In other words, if he didn't have such strength, Qin Hai wouldn't have been defeated by him. But at the same time, Zhang Heng had to admit that his opponent couldn't be looked at with the eyes of an ordinary cultivator at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, they would have been forced back by his attack. But when he clashed with his opponent's aura wasn't any weaker than his. But Zhang Heng still had his own pride. Wasn't the disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm defeated by him? Even if the guy in front of him couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes, he had strength comparable to the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. Why should he be afraid? With that thought, Zhang Heng took a few steps back and the surrounding spiritual energy surged. The power of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm was fully displayed at this moment. The spiritual energy that surged out carried an extremely huge pressure. If Zhang Heng wanted to, he could even distort space and control it. This was the power of the Heaven Palace realm, which was above the Yuanying realm. But Yan Chutian also grasped the power of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, in the face of Zhang Heng's successive palm strikes, Yan Chutian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he continued to use his own strength to fight back. And now, he was no longer at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm when he fought against the Qian Wanren. Because even when he fought with Zhang Heng from the Tianyang clan, he was more skillful. At least, after the continuous exchanges, Zhang Heng was suppressed by Yan Chutian to the point of being at a disadvantage. Such a situation naturally made Zhang Heng's face turn ugly. After all, he had just threatened to defeat his opponent. But in such a situation, there was no sign of him being able to defeat his opponent. He knew very well that if this continued, it would be difficult to suppress his opponent. So, he simply retreated. Like many cultivators who faced Yan Chutian, he wanted to use his basic spiritual energy to suppress his opponent. As for the best method to display the power of spiritual energy, it was naturally the spiritual art. Nine Yang Nine Yin. Zhang Heng, who was retreating, made a gesture after a fierce look on his face. The surrounding spiritual power rose and quickly gathered above his head. At this moment, the wind and clouds above Zhang Heng's head began to change. Gradually, 9 blazing suns began to form. However, as the great sun rotated, an incomparably cold and dark side also appeared. This appearance was the 9 Yang 9 Yin. The use of the 9 Yang 9 Yin land caused the expressions of the few Tianyang disciples behind to calm down. Clearly, they were extremely clear about how terrifying Zhang Heng's spirit art was. Although this might not be comparable to the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang branch, but among the disciples below them, it was rare to find a worthy opponent. Although the 10th-ranked disciple from the Cloud Sky faction was strange and couldn't be looked at with normal eyes, he was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm and shouldn't be able to withstand the power of the 9 Yang and 9 Yin. Buzz! In the next instant, the 9 sons of Yin and Yang trembled together. The moment an ancient buzzing sound rang out, they converged into beams of energy. After intertwining with each other, they directly shot towards Yan Chutian. As the beams of light shot over, the light of Yin and Yang circulated on them. The power that was derived from it immediately pierced through space and instantly arrived above Yan Chutian's head. However, it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian slowly raised his gaze. Immediately after, the spiritual art that had been brewing in his hand for a long time was finally unleashed. This spiritual art was the mysterious Yang seal. Therefore, in the instant that the huge roar shook the heavens and the earth, not to mention the disciples of the Tianyang branch, Even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who had long known of Yan Chutian's glorious achievements, were shocked. This was because they could see that even though the aura of the Yin and Yang light pillar was extremely strong, even space was fragile in front of it. However, such a terrifying attack was forcibly destroyed by Yan Chutian's raised palm. To be more precise, the descending destructive power was simply unable to break through Yan Chutian's palm print. How could such a situation not shock them? How is this possible? That's Heng's 9 sons and 9 yin. Even several disciples at the third level of the Sky Mansion stage found it difficult to resist. How can is he really at the second level of the Sky Mansion stage? Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Tianyang branch, even Heng himself was filled with endless disbelief as he watched his attack continuously shatter before his eyes. This 9 sons and 9 yin was a spiritual art that he was extremely confident in. When had it ever displayed such a clumsy performance in the hands of a cultivator of the same level, let alone a cultivator of a lower level? At the same time, only the bronze plate disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who had followed Yan Chutian here and knew a little about him, were shocked. Amidst their shock, they somewhat understood. This was because they all knew that Chief Yan, who they followed, had always been different from the rest. He could not be judged using common sense. From the looks of it now, it was clear that this chief disciple Yan was much stronger than before. Yan Chutian was indeed stronger than before. After all, the Sky Mansion that he had spent so much effort to polish were all cultivation foundations. The increase in his cultivation base naturally led to the increase in his strength. Even if the current him was barely able to resist the Tianfuging fourth floor, a third-level Sky Mansion stage cultivator could forget about showing off in front of him. At least, this was the case for Heng in front of him. Not long after, the 9 sons and 9 yin power was completely destroyed by Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang seal. However, it was worth mentioning that although Heng's expression was ugly, he did not panic. Even the ordinary disciples of the Tianyang branch were the same. Generally speaking, this was an impossible situation. After all, if even Heng could not defeat Yan Chutian, then none of them could fight. This way, none of them could escape the fate of having their nameplates shattered and being expelled. Therefore, this scene involuntarily caused the 4 Cloud Sky disciples behind Yan Chutian to have doubtful expressions on their faces. Could it be that Heng had not used his full strength and was still hiding his strength? Just as they were feeling doubtful, a cold laugh suddenly sounded from somewhere. Following that cold laugh, a figure suddenly appeared from the darkness and descended before everyone's line of sight. Heng, at this time, I should be able to make a move, right? The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to change. Because from the beginning to the end, they had not sensed that there was someone hiding in the darkness. Furthermore, from the aura he emitted, he had also stepped into the third level of the Sky Mansion stage. In an instant, they all understood why the other party was not afraid at all. Because they already knew that there was someone hiding in the darkness. Therefore, even if Heng could not win, it was different with another third-level Sky Mansion stage disciple. The threat of 2 third-level Sky Mansion stage cultivators working together was many times greater than the threat of a single person. Even if Yan Chutian's performance was shocking, they were not sure if he could deal with such a situation. The disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, who had suddenly appeared, immediately looked at Yan Chutian. However, what made his expression change slightly was that the other party's face was not as ugly as he expected. This made him wonder if the other party already knew of his existence? But how was that possible? Even the cultivators of the Tianfuging fourth floor would not be able to see through his concealment technique. So how could the other party see through it? Moreover, even if the other party saw through it, did the other party think that he could fight against the 2 of them by himself? He did not deny that he could not compare to the other party's true strength, but if he and Heng worked together, the situation would be different. He believed that no matter how extraordinary the other party was, it was impossible for him to fight against the two of them. At the same time, in the crystal marrow mine tens of thousands of feet away, the injured disciple of the cloud sky branch was slowly recovering. However, as he was recovering, he suddenly remembered something. His expression changed abruptly, and he immediately stood up without caring about his injuries. "What's wrong?" the disciple guarding beside him asked hurriedly. Hearing this, the disciple hurriedly said, "Oh no, I think this is also a scheme of the Tianyang branch disciple. He purposely let me out to lure senior brother Qin Hai and even chief disciple Yen. But no matter how confident he is, it is impossible for him to be so arrogant. Therefore, it is very likely that there is someone else hiding in the dark." "What?" Sogu. Chapter 7:22. What? The expressions of many disciples changed when they heard this. Previously they had not thought of this point, but now that they heard it from the other party they agreed with this idea. If this was the case, how could they not be uncertain? After all, if the other party had set up an ambush, even if their chief disciple Yen could not be underestimated, it was very likely that he would be in danger. And if the other party's nameplate was shattered and they were eliminated, not only them, but all the disciples under their command would also be eliminated. Therefore, the following development was self-evident. Even if they knew that even if they went, it would not affect the overall situation, they still rushed forward without hesitation. Even if they could not win, they had to do their part before they were defeated. Being eliminated for no reason was a situation that no one wanted to see. While these disciples under Yen Chutian had decided to disregard everything and rush over to help, the atmosphere between both sides had become incomparably tense following the sudden appearance of the third-level Heaven Palace disciple. Especially the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, the worry in their hearts had reached the extreme. After all, the sudden appearance of the disciple from the Tianyang faction was too great of a threat. At least, none of them here had the strength to resist. Therefore, if he joined hands with Zhang Heng, only their chief disciple Yen would be able to resist. But what they did not know was that even with chief disciple Yan's ability, could he fight 1 against 2? If he could not, the price would be too great. Not only would everyone here not be able to escape the fate of being eliminated, it was the same for all the disciples under chief disciple Yen. Therefore, even at this time, if they were to suggest to Yen Chutian, there would only be one thought in their hearts, and that was to escape. It was just that the opportunity for them to make suggestions no longer existed. In the next instant, the 2 people from the Tianyang faction launched an attack at Yen Chutian. Evidently, the other party was afraid that a long delay would lead to many dreams. At this time, in their opinion, this was the best opportunity to defeat the other party. Meanwhile, if it was just the 2 of them, as ordinary bronze plate disciples of the Tianyang faction, they could defeat a 10th-ranked disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, then the glory they would obtain would be too great. In the blink of an eye, as the 2 of them attacked, their extremely powerful spirit arts had already gathered in the sky, causing the weather to change. The 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 e 9 yang 9 yang 9 e 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 9 yang. As he displayed his power, 9 sons of Yin and Yang appeared above his head, exuding an indescribably shocking destructive power. As for the other Tianyang disciple, an illusory figure appeared above his head. He could vaguely make out that it was an ancient giant crocodile. Even though this ancient giant crocodile is only this image was modeled and illusory, but the aura that permeated the air was still extremely ferocious. When the giant crocodile moved slightly, it could easily shatter the surrounding space like tofu. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the primordial giant crocodile would be if its true body were to descend. All in all, when the giant crocodile and the 9 sons of Yin and Yang appeared in the sky, it was enough to cause the other Cloud Sky and Tianyang faction disciples to feel suffocated. None of them had the thought of being able to block such a ferocious attack. In truth, just the aura of such an attack was already terrifying to the extreme. In their opinion, only the 10th-ranked disciples of the Tianyang faction, or in other words, the people from the Tianfujing 4th floor, had the strength to block it. Such a situation naturally made the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction more worried. It also made the numerous disciples of the Tianyang faction excited. Thinking about it, relying on such an attack, their small group that was spread out could really achieve the feat of slaughtering the 10th-ranked disciples. Although they didn't personally do it, to be able to bask in the glory was also an honor. At the same time, looking at the surging attack, Yan Chutian's face was still calm. Only at the last moment before the attack truly descended did he lightly step with his right foot. He wasn't a person who purposely acted mysterious, which was why he didn't panic when the hidden Tianyang faction disciple appeared. Naturally, he had used his spiritual eye to sense the latter. Since he had sensed it, how could he not prepare to deal with such a situation? 1. Yan Chutian's right foot lightly stepped on the ground, an unassuming buzzing sound suddenly rang out. However, along with this unassuming action, there was a dazzling spiritual light that charged into the sky around him. Vaguely, an extremely majestic array appeared between the heavens and the earth. As for this formation, not to mention the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, even the disciples of the Tianyang faction wouldn't be unfamiliar with it. Because this was the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation. The name of the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation was simply too famous. Not to mention, the disciple that Yan Chutian defeated when he ascended to the position of the number 1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace was from the Tianyang faction. Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation? How is this possible? He actually knows the Array Tao and can even set up the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation? How is this possible? In an instant, the expressions of the few disciples of the Tianyang faction changed. Actually, not to mention them, even Zhang Heng and the other person who were fighting with Yan Chutian had a drastic change in expression. However, they weren't stupid people. They knew that there was no way out now, so they gritted their teeth and advanced instead of retreating. They even completely unleashed their spiritual spells. They didn't believe it, even if it was so. What if it was the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation? Regardless of how much attainments the other party had in the Array Tao, so what if he had? Today they would break this formation as well. As the two of them gritted their teeth, the power in Yan Chutian's palm surged as he controlled the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation, crazily absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth. Back then, when he set up the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation, it could absorb the surrounding heaven and earth within 100 feet. But now it wasn't just 100 feet. One could see that as it absorbed, the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet was crazily swept over. Apart from that, the spiritual energy of the earth was also guided out and surged into the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation. With so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering, a green arm quickly appeared in the world. When the green arm appeared, without any hesitation, it gently pressed down and fiercely collided with the giant crocodile's afterimage and the power of the 9 yin-yang suns. Instantly, a majestic roar resounded in the world. The shock wave that spread out even broke open the earth, forcing the spectating disciples to circulate their spiritual energy to protect themselves as they continuously retreated. The shock wave wreaked havoc, But the disciples of both sides didn't even blink as they stared at the center of the world where the spiritual energy was wreaking havoc. Because at this moment, no matter which side it was, they couldn't be sure who would have the last laugh. As for the result, it would ultimately decide which side of the disciples present today would be eliminated. At the same time, as the energy wreaked havoc, the hearts of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction that rushed over shook. They had a premonition that no matter how fast they rushed over, they were still a step too late. The result would be revealed soon. The energy ripples wreaked havoc for a long time before finally calming down. Along with the calmness of the energy ripples, the broken space crack between heaven and earth slowly closed up. However, who would pay attention to such a scene? Many pairs of eyes hurriedly looked downwards. Finally, when the final ripples calmed down, a figure finally appeared in everyone's line of sight. A figure was silently standing on the broken earth. At the same time, they seemed to be holding something in their hands. This scene caused the disciples of the Tianyang faction to suddenly think of something, and their faces abruptly changed. Because this made them think of what Yan Chutian was holding. Apart from the nameplate to control the disciples of the various factions and establish themselves in the Great Sky Desert, what else could it be? And where did the nameplate in his hands come from? Naturally, it could only be from Heng and Zhou Kuang, who had been hiding. In other words, Lin Fan was fighting 1 against 2, and it was their Tianyang faction that was defeated. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 723. They had never imagined that Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang would be defeated in the blink of an eye. Then, someone roared. How could they care about anything else? Spiritual energy surged out of their bodies as they quickly fled into the distance. They knew very well that even Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang had been defeated by the other party. They were just small fries, not to mention small fries like them. If they stayed, they would only give the other party time to grab and crush their nameplates. Slowly crushing the nameplate in his hand, Yan Chutian glanced at the 2 figures that were gradually being teleported away. He didn't stay for long. Instead, he directly stomped his right foot and rushed toward one of the Tianyang disciples who was fleeing in all directions. He had already said that since these guys had beaten up his disciples, he would naturally get his revenge one by one. As for now, it was time for him to get his revenge. At the same time, even though the scene in front of them had shocked the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, they immediately revealed expressions of ecstasy and followed Yan Chutian closely. At this time, they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to beat the dog in the water. After a while, when all the disciples of the Tianyang faction had been eliminated by Yan Chutian or the other disciples, they quickly descended in front of the 4 unconscious disciples who had been captured by the other party. It was also at this moment that several figures rushed over from the distant horizon and landed on the crystal marrow mine. When they saw that Yan Chutian and the others were actually safe and sound, they couldn't help but be shocked. The disciple who had been deliberately released rushed forward and said anxiously, "Chief Yan, it's all my fault. I didn't think that this was a scheme set up by the other party." "Chief Yan, are you okay? Where are the disciples of the Tianyang faction?" Following that disciple, the other bronze disciple also stepped forward and asked anxiously. At the same time, they also looked away and scanned the surroundings with extreme vigilance. However, what puzzled them the most was that there was clearly an extremely terrifying battle erupting here just a moment ago. How could a disciple of the Tianyang branch have disappeared? Just as they were puzzled, a bronze plate disciple who came with Yan Chutian immediately stepped forward. With a faint smile on his face, he quickly narrated the events that had just transpired. As they listened to the shocking scenes, the expressions of these disciples fluctuated. When they heard that Yan Chutian had defeated 2 third-level Heaven Palace stage disciples from the Tianyang faction by himself, deep shock surfaced on their faces. Although Yan Chutian wasn't a person with a face that was as thin as a sheet of paper, He still felt a little uncomfortable when someone was talking about him so closely, and when he heard the undisguised shock on his face. Hence, he coughed dryly and continued, "All right, hurry up and treat the 4 of them. At the same time, take away this crystal marrow mine." Hearing Yen Chutian's words, all the bronze disciple nodded in unison, a look of respect on their faces. Then, as Yen Chutian had said, half of the disciples began to treat the unconscious disciple, while the other half began to rapidly collect the crystal essences in the crystal essence mine. Yen Chutian himself sat cross-legged on a huge rock above the crystal marrow mine. As he spread out his perception, he also circulated the Xianyang condensing qi to quickly recover the energy he had consumed. Overall, the result of this battle was extremely satisfactory to him. In particular, the power of the great thousand spirit slaughtering array had increased a lot as he stepped into the Heaven Palace stage. Of course, in general, those 2 people were at the same level as Qian Wanren. Otherwise, if it had been 2 of the top 10 disciples like their Cloud Sky bloodline back then, the situation today would have become extremely troublesome. After all, Yen Chutian was very clear that there were opportunities everywhere in the world. Since those guys could become the top 10 disciples, they naturally had their own strength. As he sat cross-legged in silence, he sensed that the unconscious disciples had finally woken up one by one. When they woke up, they all looked panicked and hurriedly scanned their surroundings. It was only after a long time that they calmed down and learned what had happened after hearing the continuous reports of others. Half a day later, the few disciples who had been searching for the crystal marrow mine returned one by one. Then, without needing Yen Chutian to do anything, they directly placed the top crystal marrow in front of Yen Chutian. Seeing this, Yen Chutian did not find it strange, because he understood the principle that those who were capable would get more. His previous performance must have completely intimidated them. Therefore, he calmly put away the 2 quasi-third-grade crystal marrow. However, just as he put away the crystal marrow, an injured bronze disciple at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace stage suddenly stepped forward and said slowly, "Chief Yen, we have another piece of news to report." "News?" Yen Chutian's expression changed, and he motioned for the disciple to continue. Seeing this, the disciple naturally did not hesitate and hurriedly told Yen Chutian what he had heard when he and the others were detained. After a while, Yen Chutian finally understood. It turned out that Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang had received the news and were preparing to meet up with a team that had discovered a crystal marrow mine with at least 3rd-grade crystal marrow. As for the reason for meeting up, it was naturally simple. It was because there were crystal marrow beasts in the crystal marrow mine that were close to the size of the Tianfujing 4th floor. So much so that they were wondering if they should tell the chief of their team, who was also one of the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction, about this piece of news. However, Yen Chutian felt that it was a pity that they did not hear the specific location of the crystal marrow mine. They only knew the general direction. Moreover, there was no way to know whether or not they had informed the chief of the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction. Regardless, Yen Chutian's eyes shone brightly. He had already decided that he could not miss out on that crystal marrow mine. The possibility of the existence of a 4th-grade crystal marrow was enough to motivate him to go and explore it. However, even if he wanted to go, he could not bring so many people with him. After all, it was very likely that the Tianyang faction's bronze disciples were already in the hinterland. The fewer people there were, the more likely it was for him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, they would only be eliminated by the other party. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian did not hide his intentions. After pondering for a while, he slowly explained his intentions. Hearing Yen Chutian's intentions, the expressions of the disciples changed. They very much wanted to propose to go together with the former, but they all knew that even if they went together, they would only be a burden. Therefore, in the end, these bronze disciples did not speak. Instead, They listened to Yan Chutian's instructions and tried their best to get closer to Mu Yi's location as indicated by the compass. After watching these disciples leave, Yan Chutian finally looked in the general direction that the bronze disciple had pointed out. He had a feeling that he might be able to gain a lot this time. At the same time, Yan Chutian was looking at a short mountain some distance away. Nearly 10 figures were hiding around the mountain, ready to make a move. Yan Chutian was not unfamiliar with the robes of these figures, because these people were the Tianyang faction's disciples. These Tianyang faction's disciples were hiding, their gazes firmly fixed on the short mountain. They could clearly see that there were many ferocious marrow beasts on the short mountain. The aura of some of the marrow beasts was extremely close to the Tianfuging 4th floor. It was enough to make a 3rd-level Tianfuging cultivator feel a lot of pressure. Zhu Yang, those marrow beasts are not weak. I'm afraid that even Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang won't be able to deal with them. Behind a huge rock, a figure in purple robes spoke slowly to another figure not far away. His cultivation was not weak, having already stepped into the 3rd level of Tianfuging. It was just that he had deliberately concealed his voice, so it was inaudible. The person called Zhu Yang did not hesitate when he heard this, and immediately replied, "We have to give it a try. Otherwise, if we let Wang Bei come, we will have nothing to do with the majority of the marrow crystal mine." As Zhu Yang's voice faded, the purple figure did not object. After all, like the former, he naturally hoped that he could obtain as much marrow crystal mine as possible. It was exactly as he had said. If Wang Bei were to come, the situation would indeed be much easier. However, this also meant that the things they could get would be greatly reduced. Chapter 724. Thousands of miles above the ground, a figure swiftly streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, heading straight ahead. Only when the faintly discernible hills appeared on the ground ahead did the flying figure gradually slow down. At the same time, a mysterious concealment force appeared on his body, continuously weakening his aura. This flying figure was naturally Yan Chutian. If the direction he pointed in wasn't wrong, then the crystal marrow mine should be in the hilly area up ahead. It seemed that hard work paid off. After another few thousand feet, Yan Chutian had already entered the depths of the hilly area. He finally discovered that there were several auras hidden under an inconspicuous short mountain in front of him. At the same time, he could also feel that the crystal marrow aura surging from the short mountain had already reached a certain level of density. He even foresaw that there would definitely be a large number of marrow beasts roaming about on the short mountain. Yan Chutian never believed in such coincidences in this world. Hence, such a coincidence was most likely inevitable. In other words, the short mountain ahead was his destination. However, even though he had already found his destination, Yan Chutian still did not act rashly. After all, he did not know whether or not there were other fellows hidden in the dark. If there really was someone among the 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction, it would be extremely dangerous for him to act rashly. After all, he was currently all alone. Hiding in the dark, Yan Chutian's gaze was always fixed on the short mountain ahead, paying more attention to the 10 auras around it. Only after half a day had passed did he gradually become certain that there were only these few Tianyang disciples outside the crystal marrow mine. In other words, they should not have notified the 10 disciples. Yan Chutian could understand this. It was likely that the Tianyang disciples were all thinking of obtaining more crystal marrow. If the 10 disciples were summoned, regardless of the reason, they would definitely not be fated to obtain the majority of the crystal marrow. Regarding this, Yan Chutian had to secretly thank them. Otherwise, if a disciple of the Tianyang faction really appeared, even he would not dare to casually appear and fight for it. Now that he knew this, he would naturally not continue to hide. Instead, he began to set up spirit formations around the mountain range. Since there was a simpler method, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't foolishly waste his energy. Therefore, without the 10 or so Tianyang disciples noticing, Yen Chutian had already gradually set up an enormous formation around them. Another half a day passed, and when everything was ready, he finally slowly rose into the air. The moment Yen Chutian rose into the air, the aura of cultivation that was no longer hidden was released. Immediately, the 10 auras of cultivators around the short mountain were all stunned. Then, all of their gazes converged on him. When they gathered, every single one of their expressions changed drastically, because before this, they had not sensed that there was someone secretly approaching them. "Who is it?" the purple-clothed youth immediately shouted coldly. His sharp gaze shot over, heading straight for Yen Chutian. On the other side, Zhu Yang's eyes were also cold, but as he swept his gaze over Yen Chutian, he also continuously scanned the surrounding area. However, what surprised him was that he actually did not sense any other cultivation aura around this figure that had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the other party had come alone? While the several Heavenly Sun faction disciples were on high alert, the source of all this, Yen Chutian, unhurriedly said with a smile. "My Cloud Sky faction has taken a liking to this crystal marrow mine. All of you, scram." Even though the other party was bewildered by Yen Chutian's words, there were still a few disciples who could not hold back the anger in their hearts and immediately mocked back. "You're courting death. This crystal marrow mine is owned by my Tianyang faction. Are you even qualified to snatch it? You don't know what you're talking about." In their anger, there were even people from the Tianyang faction who could not help but want to directly attack Yen Chutian. At the critical moment, Zhu Yang waved his hand, and then continued to scan Yen Chutian. His eyes flickered, and in the end, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the 10th-ranked disciple surnamed Yen from the Cloud Sky faction." Hearing this, Yen Chutian was not surprised at all. After all, among the many 10th-ranked disciples, his existence was extremely special, so it was not strange for the other party to be able to detect it from some details. At the same time, Zhu Yang did not stop and continued, "Looks like becoming a disciple of the 10th rank has given you quite a bit of courage. You actually dare to appear in front of us alone. However, you should know that my Tianyang faction is not something your declining Cloud Sky faction can compare to. Just me and, however, just as Zhu Yang continued to speak, Yen Chutian impatiently shook his head and mocked. All right. After saying so much, you are just worried that I will bring other disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. But I can very responsibly tell you that I, Yen Yun, am the only one who has come today. However, you were wrong about one thing earlier. In my eyes, the two of you are nothing more than cats and dogs." Yen Chutian ridiculed. Not to mention the other disciples, even Zhu Yang and the purple-clothed youth had faces full of anger. As the top bronze disciple of the Tianyang faction, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, under Zhu Yang's repeated glances, he was certain that the other party had truly appeared alone. Since the other party was alone, what else did he have to doubt? An unrestrained ridicule immediately surfaced on his face. "Ah! I truly did not expect that such a useless faction like the Cloud Sky faction would actually produce such a person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that in our eyes, your Cloud Sky bloodline's so-called top 10 disciples are nothing at all?" Zhu Yang's words had already caused the faces of the many Tianyang faction disciples behind him to become high-spirited. As for the violet-clothed young man, he laughed with disdain, and then he said, "Zhu Yang, why waste your breath on this piece of trash from the Cloud Sky clan? Once I kill him, he will naturally be aware of the difference between us and him." As his voice rang out, the purple-clothed youth did not wait for Zhu Yang's reply and had already shot explosively towards Yen Chutian. Seeing this, Zhu Yang did not say anything to stop him. After all, he was not clear about the true strength that Yen Chutian possessed. Therefore, at this moment, the purple-clothed youth's probing was the best situation. The purple-clothed youth soared into the air as the spiritual energy around him surged. The extremely tyrannical power immediately shattered the space and converged into a fist that smashed towards Yan Chutian. When this majestic fist shadow smashed down, it was also when a domineering and arrogant cold shout like before rang out. The one who will kill you is Hongya of the Tianyang faction. Boom! The power of the fist shook the heavens and the earth. As the tyrannical power descended, it did not stop as it charged towards the ground, causing quite a large imprint to appear on the ground. Seeing this scene, the morale of the Tianyang faction disciples behind naturally soared. From their point of view, Hongya's fist was likely enough to heavily injure the so-called Cloud Sky faction disciple. At the same time, although Zhu Yang was also praising Hongya's strength, Yan Chutian did not have any reaction as he watched the fist descend. In the end, there was still a strange feeling surging within his heart. After all, from his point of view, it was impossible for the other party to become a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to be trash. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky faction would have long been suppressed by the Tianyang faction to the point where they could not even raise their head. It would not be like now, where they were at the bottom of the 8 factions and were not completely powerless to resist. Very soon, he obtained an answer. Along with the swift restoration of the torn space, everyone finally saw a figure standing perfectly fine on the messy ground. It was as if he wasn't affected by the attack from before at all. This scene caused the faces of the Tianyang faction disciples to stiffen, and it also caused Zhu Yang's expression to change slightly. Although he did not feel that the other party was extremely weak, the result before his eyes had also exceeded his expectations. Could it be that Hongya's attack did not affect him at all? Similarly, even Hongya himself had a change in expression at this moment. Although the fist just now was not a spiritual art, it was a full-strength attack. However, such a full-powered attack was actually unable to cause any damage to him? Was this fellow really only at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage? Chapter 725. It was a simple punch, but Hongya no longer dared to underestimate Yan Chutian. Similarly, Zhu Yang's face also changed. He was clear that Hongya's punch was real and there was nothing fake about it. However, even if he no longer underestimated Lin Yun, Hongya didn't hesitate for too long and quickly formed a fist. Along with the movement of his fist, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly rose. The most ferocious was the vast spiritual energy that surged out from his body. The spiritual energy was like an ocean, and when it surged out, it caused the space to collapse. Immediately after, a dark giant dragon slowly rose from the sea of spiritual energy. The aura of the huge dark dragon was majestic, and the aura that it emitted was enough to make countless second-level Heavenly Palace realm cultivators back off. Clearly, due to the fact that Hongya had failed to accomplish anything earlier, he had started to attach importance to Yan Chutian. At the same time, he had also directly displayed his extremely powerful spirit skill. Dark Dragon Devour. In the next moment, Hongya let out a low roar. Along with his roar, the huge dark dragon that rose from the spiritual energy ocean had already raised its ferocious head, and its dark eyes locked onto Yan Chutian. Closely after, the huge dark dragon's tail shook, causing huge waves in the spiritual energy ocean. At the same time, the dragon's body smashed apart the space, crushing the heavens and earth as it charged towards Yan Chutian. When Hongya used the dark dragon devour, the several Tianyang disciples behind all calmed down. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in Hongya's spiritual art, which was normal. After all, the power of the spiritual art that Hongya displayed could only be described as terrifying. At that moment, even Zhu Yang had a calm expression on his face. Being at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he was even more clear about the power of Hongya's Dark Dragon Devour. Thinking about it, even the weird and unpredictable Cloud Sky disciples wouldn't have it easy under Hongya's Dark Dragon Devour. Even if they weren't directly defeated, they would definitely be heavily injured. Therefore, under the convergence of countless gazes, the surging giant dragon finally descended above Yan Chutian's head. However, it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian gently lifted the seal in his hand. Immediately, an indescribable surge of energy gushed out. This attack was the mysterious Yang seal. In the next instant, the mysterious Yang seal lightly collided with the giant dark dragon. However, it was this kind of contact that was instantly sent flying, and an extremely huge energy ripple spread out. However, what happened next caused the expressions of countless Tianyang disciples to change drastically. That was because they were astonished to see that Hong Ye's dark dragon devourer had actually been momentarily delayed by his opponent's inexplicable palm. This moment seemed to be extremely short, but it had already caused the dark giant dragon to collapse a little. This kind of damage, even if it was just the slightest bit, was extremely fatal because under the palm of his opponent, the dark dragon was shattered layer by layer, causing Hong Ye to have no choice but to detonate his attack one step ahead of time. Only then did he avoid the dangerous situation. However, such an outcome had already caused Hong Ye's expression to become extremely ugly. After all, he had originally thought that his own attack would be able to directly defeat his opponent. The difference between his imagination and reality was too great. How could he so easily accept it? Seeing this scene, Zhu Yang could no longer remain indifferent. That was because if this situation continued, Hong Ye might really be defeated by his opponent. If Hong Ye was defeated, even if he was alone, he didn't have much confidence in defeating his opponent. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Yan Chutian truly possessed extraordinary strength to be able to become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. At the very least, his strength was already a level stronger than ordinary disciples at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. However, perhaps he should also rejoice that his opponent had come alone today. They weren't alone, but 2 people. This way, even if they weren't a match for him alone, the 2 of them should be able to suppress his opponent's strength if they work together. Hong Ye, let's attack together and finish this quickly, Zhu Yang said in a low voice as he flew over. Although Hong Ye's expression was ugly, he didn't refuse in the end. After this simple exchange, even he had no choice but to admit that he didn't have much of a chance of victory if he were to fight his opponent alone. When the 2 of them worked together, although the Tianyang disciples behind them had calmed down, they were unable to speak arrogant words. After all, the 2 of them working together was disgraceful no matter how one looked at it. Moreover, it would have been fine if they hadn't said those words earlier, but now that they had, it seemed as if they wanted to slap Hong Ye's face. Facing the 2 of them working together, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change much because he already knew that he would eventually face such a situation. Moreover, wasn't his secret preparations for this very moment? Since the 2 of them were working together, he could also use his hidden trump cards. With that thought, Yan Chutian inadvertently took a few steps back and quietly walked to the center of the formation he had secretly set up. Seeing Yan Chutian take a step back, although Zhu Yang and Hong Ye didn't feel that it was glorious, they both felt that the other party knew that he wasn't their match and subconsciously took a step back. Thus, they naturally didn't have any hesitation. Spiritual energy surged as they both took a step forward and shot towards Yan Chutian. However, they didn't expect that at the same time as they shot out, Yan Chutian's right foot heavily stepped on the ground. Along with his actions, countless lights appeared in the surrounding hills and earth. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge formation in this part of the world. This formation wasn't unfamiliar. It was Yan Chutian's Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation. One had to say that Yan Chutian's Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation was too famous. The instant it appeared, even Zhu Yang and Hong Ye's expressions changed. Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation? The 2 of them exclaimed in unison as an extremely bad premonition rose in their hearts. However, how could Yan Chutian give them the time to consider? When the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation appeared, he immediately activated it and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy within 1,000 feet of him. As the wind and clouds surged, a huge azure arm condensed. The huge arm lightly moved and instantly crushed the space. The aura that spread out was already infinitely close to the time-fuging fourth floor. Following that, the azure arm slowly pressed down, forcing Hong Ye and Zhu Yang, who were originally attacking, to continuously retreat. Layers of spiritual energy barriers formed around them. However, no matter how fast they formed their defenses, when the azure arm pressed down, the space that was crushed also shattered the layers of spiritual energy barriers around them. In the next instant, the azure arm collided with their bodies. Even with the protective spiritual energy, it caused their bodies to violently tremble. As blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, they directly smashed into the ground below. Boom, the two of them heavily smashed into the ground. At the same time, a huge boom resounded, causing the hearts of the Tianyang disciples behind them to violently tremble. Even though they knew of the reputation of the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation, they never imagined that the combined strength of Zhu Yang and Hong Ye would be defeated so quickly by the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation. However, very quickly, they were unable to say anything as their faces greatly changed. That was because the azure arm had already rapidly condensed within the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit formation. And this time, the direction of the cyan palm attack was actually where they were. "He's going to attack us. Run!" No one knew who cried out, but in an instant, the crowd wanted to scatter and escape. However, no matter how fast they moved, in the end, it was only a moment ago that the cyan arm pressed down on them. Even if there were some who managed to escape, as the azure arm pressed down, the energy that spread out still caused their bodies to violently tremble. As if they had suffered a heavy blow, they directly fell to the ground. At the same time, Yan Chutian had already moved like a ghost. In a flash, he shattered the nameplates on those figures. A moment later, only Zhu Yang and Hong Ye were left. However, at this moment the two of them were already heavily injured. Thus, they could only unwillingly stare at Yan Chutian, but there was nothing they could do. When Yan Chutian shattered their nameplates one after another, the two of them finally gritted their teeth and said, "Yan Yun, Wang Bei will not let you off. This time, your Yun Tian lineage will still suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of my Tianyang lineage." Before the two of them finished speaking, they had already been teleported away. However, when he heard their ruthless words, Yan Chutian only smiled indifferently. Because in his opinion, ruthless words were just synonyms for the incompetence of a loser. Chapter 726. At the foot of the short mountain, violent fluctuations continued. However, after a quarter of an hour, they finally calmed down, accompanied by two curses filled with unwillingness. Yan Chutian sat down cross-legged and began to quietly recover from his exhaustion. Fortunately, he had set up the Great Thousand Slaughtering Soul formation in advance, so his exhaustion was not great and he would be able to recover soon. If he had not set up this great formation in advance, even if the final result would not have changed, his exhaustion would have been several times greater. However, Yan Chutian did not have that much time to waste. Even though Zhu Yang and Hong Ye should not have told too many people about the crystal marrow mine, Yan Chutian knew that Zhu Yang and Hong Ye should not have told too many people about this crystal marrow mine. However, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be other disciples of the Heavenly Sun faction coincidentally arriving? For example, they had unwillingly mentioned Wang Bei's name earlier. Presumably, Wang Bei was the Tianyang 10th seat disciple who was directly related to them. If the former had led a group here, even if Yan Chutian was confident that he could leave safely, his purpose in coming here would have been a failure. One must know that his true purpose in coming here was to take away the crystal marrow in this crystal marrow mine. Therefore, after a short while, Yan Chutian, who had mostly recovered, quickly stood up and raised his head to look at the short mountain. In his line of sight, there were already many marrow beasts appearing and disappearing. In his senses, there was even a faint aura of marrow beasts that was close to the Tianfuging fourth floor. Yan Chutian understood that it was precisely because of the aura of marrow beasts that Hong Ye and the others had not made a move. Otherwise, with such a crystal marrow mine right in front of them, they would have already pounced on it like wolves and tigers. Unfortunately, although Yan Chutian wanted to thank these marrow beasts, they were still extremely troublesome existences to him. In particular, the faint aura of marrow beasts that was close to the Tianfuging fourth floor gave him quite a bit of pressure. Although the true strength of these marrow beasts could not compare to that of human practitioners of the same level, they were still an extremely terrifying force when added to the countless other marrow beasts of different levels. At the very least, this power gave Yan Chutian an even greater headache when facing Hong Ye and Zhu Yang. But no matter what, it was impossible for him to give up on this crystal marrow mine. Thus, even if he had a headache after careful preparation, he could only brace himself and do it. The moment he ascended the short mountain, it was within Yan Chutian's expectations. The surrounding marrow beasts immediately locked their malevolent faces onto him. However, Yan Chutian didn't panic at all when facing these marrow beasts on the periphery. As the surrounding spiritual force surged, he could easily kill ordinary marrow beasts at the first or second level of the Heaven Palace realm. It wasn't until he entered the depths of the short mountain where the third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast appeared that he finally felt the pressure. Although Yan Chutian was confident in suppressing a third-level Heaven Palace realm essence beast, it was still troublesome when it was accompanied by numerous low-grade essence beasts. Furthermore, at this moment, he could feel a gaze that was even more oppressive than that of an ordinary third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast staring at him. Yan Chutian was very clear that this should be the marrow beast that was close to the Tianfuging fourth floor. The current situation was already troublesome. If the even more troublesome marrow beast that was close to the Tianfuging fourth floor joined in, it was easy to imagine how the situation would turn out. But at the same time, what made Yan Chutian's eyes light up was that he finally sensed an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow at a higher point of the short mountain. If it was before, he would indeed be worried that there might be fourth-grade crystal marrow in this short mountain's crystal marrow mine. But now, this worry had already disappeared. This was because the dense crystal marrow aura was much denser than the third-grade crystal marrow he had obtained before. Therefore, even if there wasn't a true fourth-grade crystal marrow in this crystal marrow mine, its grade was definitely extremely close. Thinking about it, it should be a quasi-fourth-grade crystal marrow. With this thought, Yan Chutian couldn't retreat at all. While the spiritual energy around him surged, the mysterious yang qi also continuously spread out. Under such circumstances, even a third-level Heaven Palace realm essence beast was annihilated by Yan Chutian's attack. As for the lower-grade essence beasts, countless of them had already died. They had all turned into specks of light and merged into the ground. Such a situation had obviously attracted the attention of the marrow beasts that were close to the Tianfuging fourth floor. Therefore, in the next moment, Yan Chutian could sense an extremely turbulent and fierce aura rushing towards him. Even though he was surrounded by essence beasts, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the power of this attack was much stronger than that of the surrounding third-level Heaven Palace realm essence beast. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately used his profound shadow. His figure was like a ghost as he retreated to the right behind him. As he retreated, he looked over and saw a ferocious spirit beast with a surging aura. It was smashing the ground into pieces. As the essence beast raised its head, an extremely human-like ferocious expression appeared on its face. Even though the essence beast didn't have any intelligence, it was still instinctively furious that its attack had missed. Facing this furious essence beast, Yan Chutian's expression was calm. At the same time, thoughts flashed in his mind as he quickly decided on a way to deal with it. Since he had already determined the location of the crystal marrow, There was no reason to fight this essence beast. Therefore, in his opinion, he might as well take the crystal marrow and run away like before. As Yen Chutian's thoughts flashed, the essence beast had already charged towards him once again. This time, Yen Chutian didn't retreat. His right foot gently stepped back. The next moment, as the ground cracked, he controlled his fist and blasted it forward. Although this fist was simple, what was more important was the mysterious yang energy contained within it. Bang! A beast and a fist. Two disproportionate objects collided with a loud bang. Immediately, a dull roar resounded. Then, one could clearly see Yen Chutian take a few steps back. Every step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. In contrast, the essence beast didn't move a single step. Its huge body stood on the ground, maintaining the situation where it had crashed into the ground and created a crater. However, in the next moment, the essence beast, which was originally as steady as a small mountain, suddenly trembled. Its originally ferocious face also changed in an extremely human-like manner. Yen Chutian knew very well that this was the eruption of the mysterious yang energy he had injected into the essence beast's body. How could he miss such an excellent opportunity? He immediately stomped on the ground and shot up, heading straight for the source of the rich crystal marrow aura that he had sensed earlier. However, his actions had obviously angered all the essence beasts. Therefore, when he shot out, countless essence beasts seemed to have sensed his intentions and pounced on him together. If any other second-level Heaven Palace cultivator were to face such a scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. After all, among the essence beasts that pounced on him, there were quite a number of third-level Heaven Palace cultivators, let alone second-level Heaven Palace cultivators. Only Yen Chutian could rely on his own foundation and the tyrannical power of the fourth-grade mysterious yang body. Forcefully and brutally killing, he was fearless. One after another, the essence beasts were torn apart by his fists and palms. Even if a few essence beasts could take advantage of the chaos to attack him, they were blocked by his spiritual energy defense. At the very least, the defensive ability of the fourth-grade mysterious yang body could reduce the power of the essence beast's attacks to a minimum. However, Yen Chutian once again felt that the essence beasts that were close to the Tianfuging fourth floor had locked their ferocious gazes on him, finally making him feel pressured. He did not have much confidence that he could block the frenzied attacks of another essence beast that was close to the Tianfuging fourth floor level in such a chaotic situation. However, at this time, he no longer had a way out. He could only grit his teeth and ignite the surrounding spiritual energy and even mysterious yang qi, causing the space to distort and shatter. Relying on the chaos created, he finally approached the place where the crystal marrow aura was rich. When he finally approached, Yen Chutian did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and tore open the ground, killing several second-level Heaven Palace realm essence beasts along with it. The moment the ground was torn open, the crystal marrow aura that was several times richer than before instantly soared into the sky and lingered in the sky, not dissipating for a long time. This situation made Yen Chutian's eyes brighten. He realized that perhaps his previous words of, at least, were unnecessary. There really was a fourth-grade crystal marrow inside this crystal marrow mine. Chapter 727. Not to mention Yen Chutian, even the eyes of the two Heavenly Sun lineage disciples narrowed when they sensed the turbulent spiritual energy ripples ahead. They were no fools. They had naturally sensed that they were already extremely close to the large crystal essence mine that the three lineages were contending for, including the Heavenly Sun lineage disciples. The reality was not beyond their expectations. Thousands of miles away, there were already many figures of heaven-dwelling stage youths gathered outside an extremely large crystal essence mine. The three gathered figures were clearly separated into three factions. They were the Heavenly Sun lineage, the Overlord Sword lineage, and the Yuntian lineage. In front of the disciples of the three factions stood the seated disciples, who stood above the ordinary disciples. This was also in line with the information Yen Chutian had heard. In front of the Heavenly Sun lineage stood a total of 3 seated disciples. More importantly, one of the seated disciples had already broken through to the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. In comparison, although the Overlord Sword lineage and the Yuntian lineage each had 2 seated disciples in front of them, their momentum was much weaker. The Overlord Sword lineage and the Yuntian lineage clearly knew that they had no hope against the Heavenly Sun lineage alone. Hence, the 2 factions had already faintly formed an alliance. However, even if they joined forces, the 2 factions still seemed to be suppressed by the Heavenly Sun lineage in terms of momentum. This was normal. After all, the 2 factions had a total of 4 seated disciples. However, not a single one of them had truly stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. The Heavenly Sun lineage disciples were similarly aware of this point, so there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they looked at the other 2 factions with arrogant gazes. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a while, but no matter how much of a deadlock it would eventually be broken. The person who broke the deadlock was the Heavenly Sun lineage's 4th level heavenly dwelling stage disciple. He was short and small, and his appearance was ugly. If he were in the ordinary world, he would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by countless people. But here, no one dared to look down on him. Many of the beautiful female bronze medallions of the Heavenly Sun lineage even cast flirtatious glances at him. This was because he was a seated disciple of the Heavenly Sun lineage, and had even stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. There's no need for the Hegemon Sword lineage to oppose my Heavenly Sun lineage. As long as you can expel Yun Tian's grasshoppers, I, Xiao Shan, will take responsibility and give you 30% of the large crystal essence mine. You should think this through. If you follow Yun Tian's faction, you'll be courting death. Not only will you get nothing in the end, but you will also be expelled from the Heaven Desert by my Heavenly Sun lineage. Xiao Shan's first words were a combination of threat and temptation. The eyes of the 2 seated disciples from the Hegemon Sword lineage flickered slightly. In truth, they weren't really moved by the other party's words, but by the threat. After all, they knew that even if they added up Yun Tian's faction, they still had one more disciple than Yun Tian. But in reality, it was too risky to go against the Heavenly Sun lineage. This was all because Xiao Shan had reached the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. The strength that a 4th level heavenly dwelling stage cultivator could display was simply immeasurable. They couldn't guarantee that even 2 3rd-level heavenly dwelling disciples would be able to stop him. At the crucial moment, one of the seated disciples from Yun Tian's lineage hurriedly shouted to calm the Hegemon Sword lineage disciple's mind. Xiao Shan, you'd better not use such a clumsy method to sow discord and embarrass yourself. Who doesn't know the greed of your Heavenly Sun lineage? These extremely simple words were extremely limited, causing the eyes of the 2 Hegemon Sword lineage disciples to swiftly calm down. They understood that no matter how much of a threat the Heavenly Sun lineage posed, unless they gave up on the large crystal essence mine in front of them, it would be impossible for them to form a good relationship. But the problem was that they absolutely could not give up on such an opportunity. Hence, it was as the seated disciple from Yun Tian's lineage had said, the greedy Heavenly Sun lineage was only trying to sow discord. It was likely that Xiao Shan was thinking of waiting for both sides to fight until both sides were seriously injured before suddenly attacking and eliminating both of their factions from the Heaven Desert in one fell swoop. At the same time, Xiao Shan no longer wasted his breath as he gazed at the Hegemon Sword lineage disciples' gradually darkening eyes. His provocation was only a momentary attempt to tease both sides. It didn't matter even if he failed. He had already stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. So what if the other 2 factions added up had one more disciple than his side? He alone was confident that he could suppress the 2 of them. Hence, he no longer hid his intentions and directly mocked, Haha, my heavenly son lineage will monopolize this crystal essence mine. What can you two do about it? If you know what's good for you, get lost while it's still early. Otherwise, I'll make both your factions lose two seated disciples today. These arrogant words immediately caused the morale of the Heavenly Son lineage disciples to soar. In contrast, the atmosphere between the disciples of the Cloud Sky lineage and the Hegemon Sword lineage had become incomparably oppressive. After all, the other party was a little too arrogant. If the two factions combined did not dare to retaliate, it would be extremely humiliating. The seated disciples from both sides clearly understood that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke them. Hence, no words were needed as their gazes met. Both sides had already reached an agreement. No matter what, they needed to let the Heavenly Son lineage know that the other party could not easily deal with them. In the next instant, a seated disciple could be seen shooting out from both sides, heading straight towards the two people beside Xiao Shan. The gazes of the other two were as sharp as lightning as they stared at the Heavenly Son lineage disciple in the middle. It was Xiao Shan. However, Xiao Shan was still filled with disdain at this scene. In fact, he even ridiculed them. Haha, looks like this is the foolish choice you guys have made in the end. Very well. Today, I'll blast all of you out of the Heaven Desert to prove to everyone that my Heavenly Son lineage is the true overlord of the Firmament Divine Palace. As his voice rang out, the three seated disciples from the Heavenly Son lineage shot forward in unison. The intense battle was instantly ignited. The spiritual energy ripples from the collisions were enough to shatter space itself. It was hard to imagine just how astonishing the center of the collision was. At the same time, the disciples from the other three lineages did not make a move. They knew that this was not a battle that belonged to them. Furthermore, whichever side made the first move usually meant that their seated disciple was already at a disadvantage. Amidst the intense battle, the gazes of both sides ultimately converged on the center. It was the battle between the Heavenly Son lineages, Xiao Shan and a seated disciple from the Yuntian and Overlord Sword lineages. This was because they could clearly see that the other two battles were between the third-level heavenly dwelling disciples of each lineage. Even if victory or defeat could be determined, it would be in minute details, and it would be a long and drawn-out battle. Hence, the most variable was naturally the battle between the former and the latter. After all, they weren't even able to clearly distinguish the difference in strength between the two sides. Although one side had two seated disciples, the other side's seated disciple had already stepped into the fourth level of the heavenly dwelling stage. Up in the sky, Xiao Shan controlled his spiritual energy as he stood. Moreover, the pressure that surged from his body was a level stronger than that of the other two. This was the source of his confidence. Even though he had just stepped into the fourth level of the heavenly dwelling stage, it gave him sufficient confidence to face off against two seated disciples like him, who were also at the third level of the heavenly dwelling stage. On the other hand, the disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage and the Overlord Sword lineage all had solemn expressions. They could also sense that the other party's pressure seemed to be a level stronger than the two of them. But since things had already developed to this point, there was already no room for retreat. Because the two of them definitely wouldn't give the other party the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. After exchanging a glance, they immediately controlled their spiritual energy and shot forward. In the next instant, two fist imprints descended like falling stars. Space was completely destroyed wherever they passed. It was as if the entire world had been split apart as they smashed towards Xiao Shan's location. Chapter 728. Sensing the turbulent spiritual energy ripples in front of them, not only Yan Chutian, but even the two Tianyang disciples narrowed their eyes. They weren't fools. Naturally, they had already sensed that they were extremely close to the large crystal marrow mine that the three Tianyang disciples were fighting over. The reality was not out of their expectations. Thousands of miles away, there were already many Heaven Palace stage youths gathered outside an extremely large crystal marrow mine. These young cultivators were clearly divided into three factions. They were the Heavenly Sun faction, the Overlord Sword faction, and the Cloud Sky faction. In front of the three groups of disciples, there were disciples with seats that were above ordinary disciples. This was also in line with the news that Yan Chutian had heard. There were 3 disciples with seats in front of the Tianyang disciples, but more importantly, the cultivation of one of them had already broken through to the Tianfuging 4th floor. In comparison, although the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction each had 2 disciples guarding the front, their auras were much weaker. The Overlord Sword and Cloud Sky obviously knew that if they were to face off against the Tianyang disciples alone, there was no hope at all. Therefore, the 2 groups had already vaguely formed an alliance. However, even if they were to form an alliance, the 2 groups still seemed to be suppressed by the Tianyang disciples in terms of momentum. It was normal when one thought about it. After all, the 2 groups had 4 disciples with seats in total. However, not a single one of them had truly stepped onto the Tianfuging 4th floor. The Tianyang disciples also knew this, so there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they even looked at the other 2 groups with proud gazes. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a while, but even if it was a deadlock, it would eventually be broken. The one who broke it was the Tianfuging 4th floor disciple from the Tianyang disciples. His body was short and small, and his appearance was ugly. If he was in the mortal world, he would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by countless people. But in this place, no one dared to look down on him. Many beautiful bronze plate female disciples in Tianyang's line were even more flirtatious. It was only because he was a disciple of the Tianyang faction and had stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor. Haha, why does the Overlord Sword faction need to oppose my Tianyang faction? As long as you can expel the Cloud Sky faction's grasshoppers, I, Xiao Shan, will make the decision to give you 3/10 of the large crystal marrow mine today. As for you all, you need to think this through clearly. If you follow the Cloud Sky bloodline and act recklessly, you will definitely die. Not only will you not get anything in the end, you will also be expelled from the heavenly desert by my Tianyang. As soon as Xiao Shan opened his mouth, he spoke both threats and temptations. This caused the eyes of the 2 Overlord Sword faction disciples to flicker slightly. In fact, they weren't really moved by the other party's offer of benefits, but by the threat. After all, they knew that even if they added up the number of disciples, they still had one more disciple than the Cloud Sky bloodline. But in reality, if they really went against the Tianyang faction, the risk was too great. All of this was because Xiao Shan had stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor. The strength that a cultivator from the Tianfuging 4th floor could unleash was simply immeasurable. They couldn't be sure that even if 2 disciples of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm attacked together, they would still be able to block him. At the crucial moment, one of the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline hurriedly shouted to calm the hearts of the Overlord Sword faction disciples. Xiao Shan, it's best that you don't use such a clumsy method of inciting discord to embarrass yourself. Who doesn't know about the greed of your Tianyang faction? These extremely simple words were extremely limited, causing the eyes of the 2 Overlord Sword faction disciples to quickly calm down. They also understood that no matter how much of a threat the Tianyang faction posed, unless they gave up on the large crystal marrow mine in front of them, it was impossible for them to be on friendly terms. But the problem was that they definitely wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. Hence, just as the disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline had said, the greedy Tianyang faction was only trying to drive a wedge between them. Xiao Shan's plan was to suddenly make a move when both sides were injured, eliminating both of their factions from the Sky Desert in one fell swoop. At the same time, looking in the direction of the Overlord Sword faction disciples, Xiao Shan didn't waste any more words as his gaze gradually turned cold. This was because he only wanted to provoke the 2 factions for a moment. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. He had already stepped into the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm. So what if the other two sides had one more disciple than his side? He was confident that he could suppress the two of them by himself. Hence, a moment later, he decided not to hide his intentions and directly mock. Haha, my Tianyang faction wants to monopolize this crystal marrow mine. What can the two of you do? If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, I'll make both of your factions lose 2 disciples today. His arrogant words immediately caused the morale of the Tianyang faction disciples to soar. On the other hand, the atmosphere between the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline and the Overlord Sword faction became incomparably stifling. After all, the other party was really too arrogant. If the two factions didn't dare to fight back, no matter how one put it, they would feel even more humiliated. The disciples of both factions clearly understood that the other party was deliberately trying to hurt them. Hence, after exchanging glances, both sides reached an agreement without any words. No matter what, they had to let the Tianyang faction know that they weren't people that the other party could easily bully. In the next moment, a disciple with a seat shot out from both sides, directly facing the two people around Xiao Shan. As for the other two, their gazes were as sharp as lightning as they directly looked at the one in the center of the 3 disciples of the Tianyang faction. It was Xiao Shan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shan was still very disdainful and even mocked. Haha, looks like this is the stupid choice you made in the end. That's fine too. Today, I'll kick all of you out of the desert and prove to everyone that my Tianyang faction is the true overlord of the Firmament God Palace. As his voice faded, the 3 disciples of the Tianyang faction, led by him, all shot out. An intense battle instantly ignited. The spiritual energy ripples that spread out from the collision were enough to shatter space. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how shocking the situation at the center of the collision was. At the same time, the disciples of the 3 factions didn't rashly make a move, because they knew that this wasn't a battle that belonged to their level of confrontation. Moreover, whichever side made the first move usually meant that the disciples of that side were already at a disadvantage. In the midst of the intense battle, the focus of both sides' gazes ultimately met at the center, where Xiao Shan of the Tianyang faction and a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction were fighting. This was because they could clearly see that the other 2 battles were between the disciples of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Even if the victor could be decided, it would be in a fine moment and a long battle would take place. Hence, the most variable was naturally the battle between the former. After all, even if the strength of both sides were equal, they still couldn't clearly differentiate. Although one side had 2 disciples, the other side's disciple had already stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor. In the sky, Xiao Shan controlled his spiritual energy and stood. Moreover, the pressure that surged out from his body was a level stronger than that of the other 2 people standing opposite him. This was the source of his confidence. After stepping into the Tianfuging 4th floor, even if it wasn't long ago, it gave him sufficient confidence to face the other 2 disciples of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who were on the same level as him. In contrast, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction all had solemn expressions. This was because they could feel that the other party's pressure was a level stronger than the 2 of them. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no longer any possibility of retreat. This was because the 2 of them definitely wouldn't give the other party the opportunity to attack. After exchanging a glance, they immediately controlled their spiritual energy and shot out. Immediately after, 2 fist imprints were like falling stars. Everywhere they passed, space was destroyed. It was as if the entire world was being split apart as they blasted towards Xiao Shan. Chapter 729. The 2 fists came crashing down. At this moment, the power that swept over was something that even the top bronze disciple of the various factions did not dare to face head-on. However, Xiao Shan did not panic in the face of such an attack. There was even a faint smile on his face. It was as if the combined attack of the two was nothing in his eyes. When the two attacks finally tore through the sky and descended, he slowly raised his palm. In the palm of his hand, a dark light was faintly discernible. Eroding Yuan's shield. As Xiao Shan's indifferent voice sounded, the dark light in his hand suddenly expanded. As the dark light surged, it slowly condensed into a dark light shield. The instant the dark light shield was formed, the two fists tore through the air and heavily smashed onto the shield. However, after the fists that had been imposing from the beginning, it was difficult for them to display such astonishing power. In fact, under everyone's perception, the position of the fists was constantly weakening. As for the dark shield, it appeared even more solid and steady. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be difficult to break through it. Such a situation had already made the crowd feel something. At the same time, Xiao Shan, who was behind the dark shield, did not hide his pride as his mocking words slowly sounded from behind the shield. My eroding Yuan shield can corrode attacks to strengthen itself. Unless it is a power that can break through in one strike, your attacks will only be nourishment to strengthen the shield. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples in front of the shield naturally changed. However, they were after all people who had experienced many storms. Therefore, in a short moment, the two of them simultaneously launched their attack. As for the attack this time, it had an aura that was comparable to that of the previous fist strike. Clearly, the two of them did not want to test and hold back after failing to achieve the first time they worked together. Thousand Swords Greeting. Great Desolation Finger. When their auras rose steadily and reached the final peak, the two of them let out a low roar. Immediately after, the surging soul art attacks exploded. One could see countless tiny light swords rushing into the sky above the head of the Overlord Sword Faction's disciple. As it shot down, countless swords of light intersected and fused together. A heavy sword with a magnificent aura gradually appeared in the world. On the other side, it was as if a barren land had been opened up between the heavens and the earth. However, in the next instant, an indescribable sense of desolation began to continuously fuse from this barren land. After which, a huge dark gray finger gradually appeared and hung high in the sky. A finger and a sword appeared at the same time. At this moment, the ripples and aura that spread out were many times stronger than before. To be precise, this was clearly a qualitative change. It was also because of this that the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction finally regained some of their composure. Come to think of it, even if that Tianyang disciple's dark shield was strong, it would not be able to block it as easily as before, right? The result was revealed in the blink of an eye. When the sword and finger were completely formed, they hesitated for a moment. Then, they controlled a frightening power that could tear apart the world as they smashed towards the dark shield. Bang! As the heavy sword descended, a domineering aura was completely revealed. The thick and heavy power vividly displayed the word Overlord of the Overlord Sword faction. The Great Desolation Finger also fully displayed the power of desolation. The power that surged out seemed to be able to turn others into a part of the desolation and completely destroy them, without even truly touching them. However, when these two overbearing powers descended on the dark shield, they were still unable to advance even an inch, just like before. This scene involuntarily caused the expressions of the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to change. Could it be that even the combined strength of the seated disciples from their two factions were unable to break the defensive shield of the Tianyang disciple? Crack! Fortunately, a clear cracking sound was finally emitted from the dark shield while the expressions of the disciples from the two factions were uncertain. At the same time, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that there were already two eye-catching cracks that were gradually spreading on the dark shield. This scene finally caused the disciples from the two factions to inwardly heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the combined strength of the seated disciples from the two factions were unable to break the other party's defensive shield, it would be a little too hard to accept. On the dark shield, the cracks continued to spread. In a dozen breaths, they had spread to the entire surface of the shield, making it appear extremely dilapidated. This scene caused the disciples from the two factions to calm down a lot. However, it caused the two seated disciples who were fighting with Xiao Shan to keenly sense a trace of strangeness. In the next instant, when the two of them looked over, they suddenly discovered that Xiao Shan, who was behind the dark shield, had unknowingly disappeared. Instantly, alarm bells rang in their hearts. However, just as the two of them were about to sense it, a cold sneer had already sounded in their ears. "TSK, TSK. What a good attack! Then it's time for you to have a taste of the power of my origin-eroding finger." The instant the cold sneer fell, the two of them could clearly feel an extreme sense of danger fiercely attacking from behind. This sense of danger was simply too strong, to the point that the two of them couldn't care less and suddenly shot forward. At the same time, they didn't even turn their heads as they continuously condensed a spiritual energy barrier behind them. However, even if the two of them reacted so quickly, that sense of danger still penetrated their layers of defenses in an instant and ruthlessly bombarded their respective protective spiritual energies. Bang! Bang! Two dull and heavy sounds rang out one after another. Immediately after, everyone could clearly see the two figures smashing into the ground like cannonballs. Behind them, the seated disciple of the Tianyang faction, Xiao Shan, had already strangely appeared. The sudden change caused some of the disciples to be unable to react in time. They simply couldn't imagine that the combined forces of the seated disciples from the two factions would be able to break the other party's powerful defensive shield. However, only a few breaths of time had passed. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? The sudden situation caused the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction to be in disbelief. However, at the same time, it caused the aura of the Tianyang faction to rise once again. Because this scene was caused by their leading seated disciple, Xiao Shan, who had joined forces with the seated disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction to forcefully strike them down from the sky. Mighty Chief Xiao! Mighty Chief Xiao! Immediately after, countless cheers rang out from the Heavenly Sun faction's camp. Such a situation caused the aura of the disciples from the two factions to weaken even more. On the ground, two figures shot up one after another. They were the seated disciples from the two factions that had been struck down from the sky by Xiao Shan. Although it had only been an instant, they had all shot up together. However, the scene of them being struck down and the sorry state they were in right now were all real. Thus, how could the expressions of the two be good? High up in the sky, Xiao Shan controlled his spiritual energy to stand in the air. At this moment, the power of the origin-eroding finger that lingered in front of him finally dissipated. He looked down from above at the two sorry-looking figures below. A mocking smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "Haha, how does my origin-eroding finger taste? Unfortunately, it was a little rushed. Otherwise, your current appearances would be much more interesting." Xiao Shan's words naturally caused the faces of the two to turn even uglier. However, no matter how angry they were, they could only endure it. Because if they were angry now, they would only lose their rationality. Taking in a few deep breaths, they forced themselves to calm down. Following which, their faces turned dark and cold as they shot out at the same time, heading straight for Xiao Shan. If it was before, it was still to fight for the crystal marrow mine. But now, it was to fight for their own reputation. If they were defeated so miserably in front of so many people, then what face would they have left to continue being seated disciples? Facing the violent attacks of the two, Xiao Shan only smiled in disdain. Previously, he was still a little uncertain. However, after a simple exchange of blows, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them. After all, until now, he had only just entered the Tianfuging fourth floor, and he had yet to use his full strength. Haha, since you don't know what's good for you, then all the disciples from the two factions can scram out of this desert world. Chapter 730. High up in the sky, the intense battle continued to reach a climax. However, everyone could tell that Xiao Shan was continuously suppressing the other two while the battle reached a climax. In other words, it was likely that he would emerge victorious in the end of this fierce battle. It was this scene that caused the disciples of the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction around the Crystal Marrow mine to panic. It was just as Xiao Shan had said. If the disciples of their two factions joined forces, they would be defeated by him. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. They would be eliminated from the vast desert world along with them. It seemed that whatever they were worried about would happen. In the next instant, Xiao Shan raised his fist. Immediately, powerful spiritual energy tore through the air. An origin-eroding finger appeared in the sky and attacked the two. Seeing this, the two disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction did not dare to underestimate Xiao Shan. However, they still had the confidence to resist. After all, even if they were attacked by this spiritual art in a hurry, they did not suffer any serious injuries. They only appeared to be in a sorry state. And this time, they had ample time to gather their own defenses. When the origin-eroding finger descended, spiritual energy flooded the area in front of them. It was an extremely majestic spiritual energy defense. Under the layers of overlapping spiritual energy, it was enough to block any extremely powerful attack. However, if someone could see Xiao Shan's face at this moment, they would be able to see that there was no helplessness on his face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. In the next instant, the origin-eroding finger completely descended and bombarded the layers of spiritual energy defense. At the moment of impact, although the explosion was quite loud and a layer of energy ripples spread out, the origin-eroding finger did not tear through the spiritual energy defense. This scene caused the disciples of the two factions to secretly sigh in relief. It also made the two disciples of the Overlord Sword faction feel much more relaxed. From the looks of it, their opponent was not so powerful that even the two of them together could not contend against him. As long as they were careful and cautious, they would be able to face him head-on. However, the moment this thought appeared in their minds, an indescribable dark light appeared on the tip of the origin-eroding finger that bombarded their defenses. Next, under the illumination of the dark light, the power of the origin-eroding finger increased. In a few breaths' time, cracks began to spread on their defenses. It was extremely terrifying. How is this possible? At the first moment, the disciples of the two factions opposite him cried out in alarm. This was because even they couldn't understand why the spirit art that should have been blocked by them would suddenly erupt with such shocking power. This scene was also noticed by the disciples from the two factions. Immediately, their originally relieved expressions turned incomparably tense like before. Could it be that their two factions were really going to be defeated by Tianyang's faction today? At the same time, high up in the sky, Xiao Shan no longer concealed the ridicule on his face. He generously made a gesture, and as he did so, the world spirit chi was distorted and transformed, and the power of the origin-eroding finger erupted once again. In the face of this eruption, even the spirit power defenses of the disciples of the two factions were unable to withstand it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spiritual energy defense was completely shattered, and the two figures once again fell straight into the ground. Boom! A huge amount of dust and energy soared into the sky as the roar sounded. This time, the disciples of the two factions were blasted back, and could no longer rush up as quickly as before. Instead, they remained in a stalemate for more than 10 breaths before finally controlling their spiritual energy to rise up. However, even if they rose up again, everyone could clearly sense that not only were the two of them in an even more miserable state than before, but more importantly, their cultivation auras were not as full as before. Clearly, the power of Xiao Shan's origin-eroding finger was truly terrifying. Moreover, after this, if someone was paying attention, they would be able to discover that Xiao Shan had already disappeared from the sky. This made them involuntarily think of a possibility. Xiao Shan was probably going to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Shan's power was already extremely terrifying without taking the initiative to attack. If he took the initiative to attack, it wasn't hard to imagine what the outcome would be. At the same time, the expressions of the disciples of the two factions abruptly changed. However, they couldn't care about their own situation and hurriedly released their spiritual energy to protect themselves. However, no matter how much spiritual energy they released to protect themselves, when the figure approached like a ghost and the attacks continued to descend. The two of them had strong defenses, but like a piece of glass, they were continuously torn apart. Not long after, the two of them were blasted into the ground once again. However, this time, after being blasted into the ground, they didn't rise up again until the dust scattered. Looking over, the two of them were in such a sorry state that it could even be said to be miserable, as they were firmly embedded in the ground. If it weren't for the two of them being able to raise their heads, they would have been mistaken for two corpses. In the sky, looking down at the two people in such a sorry state, Xiao Shan stood proudly with an undisguised cold smile on his face. He had already made it clear that today, the disciples of the two factions would be eliminated by his hands. Haha, then which faction's seat disciples' nameplate should I break first? He looked down at the ground, deliberately not restraining his tone, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. The disciples of the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction, who were fighting with the disciples of the Tianyang faction, were unable to do anything. After all, the person fighting with them was also one of the 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction. Both sides were evenly matched, so how could they free up their hands to help the other? Moreover, they understood that even if they did free up their hands, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Because on the ground below, how could any of the two people whose fates were in Xiao Shan's hands be weaker than them? In other words, the eyes of the remaining disciples of the two factions were dim. Because they knew that today, the disciples of their two factions, including the 4-seat disciples, would all be eliminated and completely wiped out. In the sky, Xiao Shan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, without any explanation, he directly charged towards the extremely dispirited Cloud Sky faction disciple on the ground. Obviously, he had set him as the first target to be eliminated. Although he appeared arrogant when Xiao Shan attacked, he was extremely swift and decisive. Vast spiritual energy surged and gathered, and along with his fist, he suddenly smashed down. His target wasn't just the nameplate, but as he shattered the nameplate, he also wanted to heavily injure the other party as much as possible. The power of the fist tore through the sky and descended. This scene caused the disciples of the Tianyang faction to be excited, but at the same time, it naturally caused the disciples of the two factions, especially the Cloud Sky faction, to be extremely depressed. The disciples of the Cloud Sky faction didn't need to say anything. They could clearly see that their disciples were about to be eliminated, and half of them would be expelled as well. As for the disciples of the Overlord Sword faction, they naturally knew that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. With the Cloud Sky faction's disciples eliminated, it would be their Overlord Sword faction's turn next. But even if they knew, they couldn't do anything to stop it. With their strength, they couldn't change anything at all. Moreover, they wouldn't even have the chance to interfere. After all, on the other side, the disciples of the Tianyang faction who were glaring at them covetously weren't just there for show. Therefore, at this moment, many disciples were like the 2-seat disciples from before. Their eyes dimmed, and they even closed them, unable to bear to watch. Today their result was already destined. They could only suffer a crushing defeat. Boom! A huge rumbling sound suddenly resounded heavily after a moment. At the same time that the rumbling sound resounded, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had already prepared themselves for the fate of being eliminated. However, as they waited, one breath or two breaths of time continued to pass, and the power of elimination that they imagined never came. This immediately caused many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to be puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem with the so-called elimination of the Seat disciples? But how was this possible? This was something jointly created by the upper echelons of the 8 factions. How could there be such a huge flaw? But what exactly was going on? Chapter 731. Many disciples had puzzled looks on their faces. Therefore, they couldn't help but look in the direction where Xiao Shan's punch landed. The moment they saw it, the expressions of all the disciples froze, because they could see that Xiao Shan was still maintaining his posture of punching down. However, even if he maintained his posture, the might of his fist was unable to fall any further. It was even more impossible for him to injure the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple who was on the verge of death, because between the two, a slightly thin figure stood with his hands raised. Boundless spiritual energy gushed out from his raised palms, propping up a dazzling light screen that blocked Xiao Shan's attack. Many disciples' faces froze, but the Cloud Sky faction's disciples were stunned for a moment. When they saw the face of the figure that had suddenly appeared, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person who had come was one of the 10 seated disciples of their Cloud Sky faction, Yen Yun. Seat Yen! Seat Yen! Innumerable excited and uncontrollable shouts continuously sounded from the Cloud Sky faction's camp. Only the heavens knew how much despair they had fallen into just now. So at this moment, another disciple of their Cloud Sky faction had suddenly appeared. How could they not be excited? At the same time, the seated disciple of the Cloud Sky faction beneath Yen Chutian also widened his eyes. He never imagined that Xiao Shan would suddenly appear at the last moment. However, while he was pleasantly surprised, a deep sense of worry appeared in his heart and even on his face. In his opinion, even if Yen Chutian appeared, he wouldn't be able to change anything. The strength of the Tianyang factions, Xiao Shan, was already something that the seated disciples at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace realm couldn't contend against. At the same time, the Overlord Sword faction's disciples also roughly understood the situation. However, although this situation caused their expressions to change slightly, they ultimately didn't feel that it would change anything. After all, Xiao Shan's strength was obvious to all of them. Even if the seated disciples of their 2 factions worked together, they still lost at his hands. So what if the Cloud Sky faction had one more seated disciple? The result would probably be that Xiao Shan would eliminate another group of disciples from the 8 factions today. The power of Xiao Shan's fists bombarded Yen Chutian's light screen for a long time, but in the end, they couldn't break it and could only retreat. At the same time, Yen Chutian grabbed the seated disciples from the 2 factions. His figure flashed and he quickly retreated to the back. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Yen Chutian did not expect that he would witness such a critical scene as soon as he arrived. If he had been even a step slower, this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction would have had his nameplate shattered and been eliminated. Even the bronze plate disciples under him would be eliminated. Fortunately, he made it in time at the last moment. This shocking change was also witnessed by many of the Tianyang disciples. At first, they were all shocked, but then they revealed looks of ridicule. They had already clearly witnessed Xiao Shan's strength. Hence, in their opinion, even if the Cloud Sky faction had an additional disciple, it would not have any effect at all. Instead, it would only cause them to eliminate another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction today. When Yen Chutian retreated to the 2 factions, the Overlord Sword faction's seated disciple could not speak, but the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple could not help but speak. Yen Yun, you shouldn't have appeared. Xiao Shan's cultivation has already broken through to the Tianfujing 4th floor. Even if I join forces with the Overlord Sword faction's seated disciple, we are not his match. You are alone. Senior Brother Gu, you should focus on recovering first. As for that fellow from the Tianyang faction, I will naturally block him for you." Before the other party could finish speaking, Yan Chutian interrupted him. Hearing this, the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple, Gu Shan, could not help but stiffen. Because he spoke with good intentions, but why did the other party's tone say that he was doing something unnecessary? Hence, Gu Shan did not say anything else. Just like Yan Chutian said, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover. Seeing Gu Shan's reaction, Yan Chutian knew that he had good intentions. But even if he knew, what could he do? Gu Shan did not know his situation, so how could he talk? At this moment, Xiao Shan, who had been staring at Yan Chutian for a long time from several hundred feet away, finally spoke in a dark and cold voice. I didn't expect the Cloud Sky faction to send another person to die so quickly. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple with the surname Yan." Xiao Shan's cold voice rang out. Yan Chutian did not hesitate any longer. He turned around and controlled his spiritual energy to face Xiao Shan. Facing off against Yan Chutian at such a close distance, Xiao Shan could clearly sense that although the former's cultivation was not at the initial second level of the Sky Palace realm, it was really at the second level of the Sky Palace realm. However, it was true that the other party had blocked his attack. Hence, even though he spoke arrogantly, in his heart, he had already classified Yan Chutian as a strange person. He would not underestimate him in the slightest. In the past, he would not be like this, but ever since he fought with the new disciple from the Tianyang faction, he, who had suffered, would not underestimate such a person. In contrast to Xiao Shan, although Yan Chutian was serious, he was not afraid. The current him was already at the peak of the second level of the Sky Palace realm. Even if he could not defeat the cultivators from the Tianfuging fourth floor, the other party, who had obviously just entered the Tianfuging fourth floor, could forget about showing off in front of him. While both sides were serious in their hearts, the disciples from the other three factions did not feel the same way. In their eyes, Yan Chutian's appearance would not change the outcome. Hence, the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction were in low spirit. As for the Tianyang faction, the atmosphere was still high. In the eyes of many Tianyang faction disciples, Yan Chutian's appearance would only make the results of today's battle even more glorious. As if spurred by such an atmosphere, although Xiao Shan did not underestimate Yan Chutian, he was still confident that he would be able to defeat him. After all, in his eyes, no matter how strange the other party was, it was impossible for a Sky Palace realm cultivator to cross 2 levels to do anything to him. After all, even the strange new disciple from the Tianyang faction was only able to face off against Wang Bei of the Tianfuging fourth floor after stepping into the 3rd level of the Sky Palace realm. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated. This was because he was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. Otherwise, if more disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction arrived, the result of today's battle would be difficult to predict. As such, Xiao Shan suddenly burst out, the spiritual energy on his arms converging. The surging aura had already reached a level that even the 3rd level of the Sky Palace realm would find difficult to resist. Since he was only fighting against one person, Xiao Shan naturally had to display more of his dominance. At the same time, although Gu Shan was still angry at Yan Chutian, he did not think that the other party would really fight against Xiao Shan. His heart was still filled with worry at the first moment. He was not too concerned about Yan Chutian, but if the other party was defeated, then the subsequent defeat would still fall on their shoulders. However, he found it hard to imagine that the other party could face off against Xiao Shan. Although the other party had relied on his current cultivation to defeat Qian Wanren half a month ago, Gu Shan was still on par with him. However, that 10 million ren was at most on par with him. It should be known that Xiao Shan was defeated even when he joined forces with that disciple of the Overlord Sword bloodline. Although he could see that the current Yan Chutian was no longer the same person who had just entered the second level of the Sky Palace realm, he still had not stepped into the third level of the Sky Palace realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so how could he fight against the time-fuging fourth floor's Xiao Shan? However, no matter how he thought about it, the fact that the two of them were going to face off against each other was already an unchangeable fact. At the same time, the disciples from the other 2 seats were still fighting fiercely. However, at this moment they had clearly slowed down their movement. In other words, they were also paying attention to how the battle between Yan Chutian and Xiao Shan would turn out. It could be said that under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yan Chutian's expression was calm as he faced the figure whose arm was wreaking havoc with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. However, when Xiao Shan suddenly disappeared, he also moved like a ghost. In the next dozens of breaths, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. After a while, Xiao Shan's short figure was finally revealed. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that he was not a match for the former in terms of movement technique. Chapter 732. Xiao Shan, who was the first to reveal himself, had a gloomy expression on his face. This was because he was usually very proud of his movement technique. Today, he did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement technique against someone whose cultivation was lower than his. But even so, Xiao Shan was not afraid. In his eyes, his opponent could only be a little strange with these side techniques. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Shan with just these things. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and lightly stomped on the ground with his right foot. In the blink of an eye, the vigorous spiritual energy raged like a storm. Xiao Shan did not believe it. He had covered the surroundings with his spiritual energy. Could it be that no matter how strange his opponent's movement technique was, he could not hide from his omnipresent spiritual energy? Just as Xiao Shan had thought, after the spiritual energy storm spread out, it only took a few breaths for him to detect a looming aura behind him. This caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curl into a cold arc immediately after. He ignited his spiritual energy, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the back. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Shan saw the slightly skinny figure from before. However, just as his sneer became more and more intense, he inadvertently met the former's face. His originally cold face could not help but stiffen, because he saw that a playful smile had actually appeared on the former's face. With the example of the new disciple from Tianyang's branch, he might have thought that his opponent was just pretending to be mysterious. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong and the spiritual energy around him surged. In the next instant, an indescribable sense of sealing abruptly appeared in the originally invisible space around him. Xiao Shan could be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles. At the first moment, his eyes narrowed because he recognized that this was the power of a formation. Although the power of this formation was not fully formed and only had the ability to seal, when it was sealed, the opponent's continuous powerful attacks would continue to bombard him. Even he could not have predicted that this would be the outcome. At this moment, Xiao Shan could not help but secretly rejoice at his caution. This was because the spiritual energy around his body had already surged, and as it surged, it was enough to block the formation around him. Immediately after, one could sense that the spiritual energy around Xiao Shan was crazily rampaging. After a few breaths, the power of the array was completely destroyed. However, after this, Xiao Shan didn't dare to attack rashly. After all, he didn't know what kind of traps were buried around the opponent. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh in pity, because such an opportunity would never appear a second time. However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, he did not expect the other party to be so cautious. At the same time, the surroundings were deathly silent as they watched the scene of the disciples from the two factions fighting. This was because many people had never expected that the situation would turn out like this. Although the fight from the start was only about a certain point, they were no fools. Naturally, they could tell that if it was not for Xiao Shan's caution at the end, they would have fallen into the latter's trap in that instant. This outcome was naturally different from what they had expected. After all, in many people's eyes, Xiao Shan should have the upper hand from the start until the end. In the Cloud Sky faction, many disciples who were originally in low spirits couldn't help but have their eyes secretly light up. However, they didn't dare to expect too much. After all, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. At the same time, Gu Shan's expression also changed slightly. However, he did not do anything in the end. He only explained to himself that this was only because Yan Chutian's attainments in the Array Dao were unknown. Next, Xiao Shan came to his senses. His opponent would not be so lucky anymore. In the sky above the camp, Yan Chutian looked at Xiao Shan, who had become several times more solemn. He recalled the other party's domineering words and couldn't help but sneer. What? The prided disciple of the Tianyang faction who was so domineering earlier has now become a coward? Yan Chutian's analogy was so vivid that even Xiao Shan's expression turned ugly when he heard it. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and mocked back. Haha, we're all disciples of the 8 factions. Could it be that only my Tianyang faction is attacking? In comparison, I'm afraid that you guys are the ones who are cowards. Xiao Shan's counterattack was so perfect that it made the Cloud Sky faction and even the disciples of the Overlord Sword faction feel uncomfortable. However, just as Xiao Shan was about to continue mocking, Yan Chutian suddenly pushed off the ground. Following that, a sharp voice rang out amidst the whistling wind. Haha, then let my Cloud Sky faction take down the pride of your Tianyang faction. Almost at the same time, Yan Chutian's powerful spiritual energy pressure appeared above Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan couldn't react in time because he didn't expect that Yan Chutian would take the initiative to attack. Thus, he could only passively gather his spiritual energy to block the incoming attack. In the sky, palm attacks continuously descended and bombarded the thick defense that Xiao Shan had gathered. Every collision caused the space between heaven and earth to be torn apart. The ripples from the impact were also frightening and shocking, enough to shatter the surrounding space. However, every attack was unable to tear apart the defense. In fact, it couldn't even harm the foundation. Thus, Xiao Shan, who was originally in a hurry, quickly regained his footing. Immediately after, Yan Chutian seemed to know that the situation wasn't good and quickly retreated. This caused Xiao Shan's aura to surge. However, just as he was about to take advantage of the situation to launch an attack at Yan Chutian, an unfamiliar energy suddenly erupted from his body. Although these unfamiliar energies were only bits and pieces and seemed insignificant, they still exploded at the same time. However, when all of them exploded at the same time, he was still caught off guard and his body trembled. Xiao Shan was all too clear. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, he was very clear that he would definitely face the other party's attacks that were close to indiscriminate. Thus, he didn't even turn his head. As his body trembled, Xiao Shan used all his strength to quickly retreat. But even he understood this point. How could Yan Chutian, the one who acted, let go of such an excellent opportunity? No matter how fast he fled, Yan Chutian had already appeared behind him in a few breaths' time. Then, the mysterious yang qi in his body surged as he muttered something that only he could hear. Mysterious yang seal. As the mysterious yang seal fell, a mysterious sealing power appeared, causing Xiao Shan's body to freeze. When he crazily stirred his spiritual energy to break through this moment of stagnation, a palm print had already been imprinted on his chest. It seemed like an ordinary palm, but how could the power of the mysterious yang seal be so simple? In the next instant, Xiao Shan's body could be seen flying backwards like a cannonball. After scraping out a mark of dozens of feet on the ground, he was embedded in the ground. It was also at this moment that, not to mention the disciples of the 3 factions, even the seated disciples of the three factions who were fighting had their faces frozen at this moment. Some even stopped fighting. For a moment the world was deathly silent, without a single sound. Countless pairs of eyes looked as if they had seen a ghost. First, they looked at the extremely messy scene on the ground, then they all looked at Yan Chutian, who was slowly retracting his palm. No one would have thought that the result would be like this. When the two sides fought, everyone thought that Xiao Shan would definitely win and that it was only a matter of time. However, who would have thought that after such a short period of time, he would be in such a sorry state? Then, it was unknown which disciple of the Cloud Sky faction shouted. Even if they were not the bronze plate disciples under Yan Chutian, they all shouted the three words Yan Chutian in unison. This was because even when the seated disciples of the two factions worked together, they were unable to gain any advantage in the hands of the other party. The atmosphere was too oppressive. And now, such a direct result naturally made all the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction feel proud and elated. Boom! As the Cloud Sky faction continued to shout, violent spiritual energy continuously soared into the sky from the broken ground. Then, the ground was torn apart and a figure finally shot out from it. As for this figure, who else could it be other than Xiao Shan? Chapter 733. However, the current Xiao Shan didn't have the glory and arrogance he had when he suppressed the disciples of the Cloud Sky and Overlord Sword factions. At that moment, not only did he appear to be in a sorry state, there was also a deep sense of anger on his face. He couldn't imagine that he would end up in such a sorry state. It was fine if he couldn't win at all, but he wasn't. This scene was because he didn't know his opponent's path. Due to carelessness, he ended up in such a sorry state. Damn it! Gnashing his teeth, Xiao Shan's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he locked onto Yan Chutian. Even he thought that he had ended up in such a sorry state because of carelessness. However, he had to admit that his opponent's strength wasn't limited to the second level of the Sky Palace realm. His opponent's strength was comparable to the peak of the third level of the Sky Palace realm, or even stronger. Otherwise, even if he had been careless, he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Facing Xiao Shan's unwillingness and coldness, Yan Chutian wasn't afraid. He didn't deny that he had been lucky. Since Xiao Shan had stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor, even if he had just entered, he definitely wasn't someone easy to deal with. However, even if it was a head-on confrontation, Yan Chutian wasn't afraid. After all, even if his opponent had broken into the Tianfuging fourth floor, he hadn't even polished his Sky Palace. In terms of foundation, Xiao Shan wasn't too far behind. When the two sides faced off again, the crowd quietened down once more. However, at this time, the Cloud Sky and Overlord Sword factions were no longer depressed. After all, through the previous scenes, they could see that Yan Chutian couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. It even suppressed Xiao Shan to the point where he was in an extremely sorry state. Perhaps it was also because of this that the four seated disciples from the three factions, who were originally fighting each other, finally stopped fighting and returned to their respective camps. The 10th seated disciple from the Cloud Sky faction returned. However, after seeing Yan Chutian's performance, he subconsciously descended behind him, as if he was the master. On the Tianyang side, the two returning disciples also did the same, descending on Xiao Shan's left and right. Then, he looked over from afar with a solemn and vigilant expression. They weren't fools. Naturally, they could see that the situation had become extremely delicate due to the appearance of an anomaly like Yan Chutian. The atmosphere between the heavens and the earth became more and more solemn as the two sides confronted each other. Yan Chutian was happy to see this. After all, he was not afraid of Xiao Shan. Therefore, as time passed, waiting for Gushan and the Hegemon Sword Seat disciples to recover would only make the Tianyang situation worse and worse. However, Xiao Shan and the other disciples from the Tianyang faction were clearly no fools. Hence, after a long stalemate, Xiao Shan could only suppress the anger in his heart and whisper despite the unwillingness on his face. Yen Yun, the Tianyang branch is willing to share this crystal marrow mine with you. As soon as Xiao Shan finished speaking, no one from the Cloud Sky and Hegemon Swords factions spoke. This was because they knew very well who had the final say at this moment. However, this didn't affect them. They were curious as to how Yen Chutian would respond. They didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, Yen Chutian's indifferent but unquestionable words slowly rang out in the area. Then what if I say no? As soon as Yen Chutian's words sounded, the faces of the many disciples, especially those from the Tianyang branch, immediately changed. Clearly, they hadn't expected Yen Chutian's reply to be so merciless. No one didn't understand his meaning. He didn't want the Tianyang branch to get a share of this crystal marrow mine. Knowing this, Xiao Shan's expression couldn't be any better. One had to know that the Tianyang branch was the overlord of the inner sect and had always suppressed the other branches. He had never taken the initiative to give up the fight, only to be rejected in such an overbearing manner. Yen Yun, don't think that I, Xiao Shan, am no match for you. Just now I only. Xiao Shan once again suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke slowly and coldly. However, he did not expect that before he could finish speaking, the other party would immediately interrupt his words with a soft laugh that did not hide his impatience at all. All right. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. When did the Tianyang branch have so much nonsense? You! Xiao Shan's eyes widened in anger. He really wanted to attack immediately. However, no matter how angry he was, he had to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew all too well that he couldn't defeat the other party in a short period of time. Moreover, the injured Cloud Sky and Hegemon Swords disciples would be able to recover in a short period of time. At that time, the result would most likely be reversed. All of the Heavenly Sun faction disciples present today, including himself, would be eliminated. Although Xiao Shan was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He didn't want to be so easily eliminated from the Sky Desert. Therefore, even though the anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, Xiao Shan had no choice but to take a few deep breaths and forcefully suppress all his anger. Then, he shouted unwillingly at the Tianyang disciples behind him. Let's go! Hearing Xiao Shan's angry shout, the Tianyang disciples didn't dare to say anything. However, it wasn't as if they didn't know the situation in front of them. They could only do as the former said and start to leave. As for this large group of Tianyang disciples, compared to when they came aggressively, their departing figures were clearly in a sorry state. Above the crowd, Xiao Shan, who was still in a sorry state, controlled his spiritual energy and didn't forget to leave behind some vicious words. Yen Yun, I want to see if you still have the courage to tell me, Xiao Shan, to scram the next time we meet. The people came quickly and left quickly. In less than 10 breaths of time, a large group of Tianyang disciples had already appeared on the horizon and continuously disappeared. Looking at the disappearing Tianyang disciples, many Cloud Sky and Overlord Sword disciples all let out a long sigh of relief. They didn't expect that today would be so difficult. Originally, they all thought that they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being eliminated from the Sky Desert. But who would have thought that a person would suddenly appear and turn the situation around? Instead, the Tianyang disciples had no choice but to leave this place. At this moment, Gu Shan's face was greatly shocked. He inadvertently looked at Yen Chutian and didn't dare to have the slightest bit of arrogance in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with shame. Previously, he had suspected that the former didn't have the strength and wanted to puff himself up at his own cost to fight Xiao Shan. But now, it seemed that the other party didn't have the slightest intention of forcing himself. The scene of Xiao Shan being forced into an extremely sorry state was still vivid in his mind. After a short silence, the Cloud Sky faction once again broke out into thunderous cheers. The target of these cheers was naturally the main character who had turned the tide today, Yan Chutian. After cheering for a long time, they finally calmed down. When it did, the disciples of the two factions had already surrounded Yan Chutian. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all extremely respectful towards Yan Chutian. After all, they all clearly saw how terrifying Yan Chutian's strength was. Now that the disciples of the two factions had gathered, they naturally had to consider the distribution of the large crystal marrow mine. If it was originally, the two factions would naturally split it equally. However, because of Yan Chutian, everyone knew that the original split naturally couldn't continue. After all, in this world, strength was the most respected. But the final decision still rested with Yan Chutian. Although Yan Chutian knew that strength was respected, he wasn't a short-sighted person and didn't want to be too harsh. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of a difference between him and the Tianyang disciples. So, in the end, he proposed a distribution of 6 and 4. His Cloud Sky faction would take 60% of the Crystal Marrow Mine, while the Overlord Sword faction would take 40%. The two disciples of the Overlord Sword faction were clearly stunned by the distribution of the spoils. This was because they had already prepared for a distribution of 30 to 70 at best. This distribution of 6 and 4 was the best news for them. Because of this, even though they were disciples of the Overlord Sword faction, they still felt a sense of respect for Yan Chutian. After all, they could see that Yan Chutian wasn't an extremely greedy person like the Tianyang's Xiao Shan. Chapter 734. If it had been Xiao Shan, the two disciples of the Overlord Sword faction believed that even if it was 20 to 80%, or even 1 to 90%, he would still be able to claim it. After the discussion, no one had any objections. Thus, the 4 disciples of the two factions quickly returned to the center of the camp and began to divide the area of the large crystal marrow mine. At this time, Yan Chutian was free. Naturally, he would not waste such time. While he was secretly recovering from his injuries, his gaze was already fixed on the crystal marrow mine. With his senses, even if there were many marrow beasts in the crystal marrow mine, it was not difficult for him to sense that the aura of the crystal marrow was the densest in that area. While Yan Chutian was doing this, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction had already divided the area of the crystal marrow mine into 6 and 4 sections under the lead of the disciples of the two factions. However, although they had first divided the area, they did not disperse. After all, they could clearly sense that there were some hidden but extremely powerful auras in the crystal marrow mine. The level of the marrow beast was most likely already at the Tianfuging 4th floor, or even close to the 5th level of the Tianfuging realm. Although the marrow beasts could not compare to human cultivators of the same level, the marrow beasts of the Tianfuging 4th floor, or even close to the 5th level, would be extremely troublesome for any faction, especially the Overlord Sword faction, if the two factions did not work together. Fortunately, with the cooperation of the two factions, even if the marrow beasts wreaked havoc in the large crystal marrow mine, they eventually disappeared from the world one by one. Not long after, when the last marrow beast that was close to the 5th level of the Tianfuging realm was annihilated in the hands of Yan Chutian and the others, the eyes of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction became extremely heated. Since the marrow beasts had been wiped out, it was time to reap the rewards. As for the rewards, it was naturally the crystal marrow that every Tianfuging realm cultivator yearned for. Standing in front of the Cloud Sky faction, Yan Chutian would not be courteous at this time. He immediately flew towards the area that his gaze had locked onto earlier. When the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction saw this, even the 2 disciples with seats didn't say anything. Instead, they tactfully took the initiative to step aside and give up that area. The spiritual energy in Yan Chutian's palm rapidly converged. In just a few breaths, a sharp blade had condensed in his palm. Although this sharp blade was not a real weapon, it was much sharper than a real weapon. Not to mention metal and hard stones, it could even tear space apart. Yen Chutian gently cut the ground under his feet with his sharp blade. As the sharp blade of spiritual energy swept past, the space and even the ground were torn apart, creating an extremely obvious crack. However, the gazes of those who were paying attention to Yen Chutian were no longer attracted by the fissure. Instead, it was the dense essence crystal aura that was continuously rising from the rift. Even from a great distance, with a single glance, everyone could imagine what kind of crystal essence was hidden under this layer of soil. Regarding this, Yen Chutian revealed a joyful expression. He extended his palm and a violent spiritual energy surged, immediately lifting up the entire layer of soil. In an instant, the crystal essence aura that was even denser than before soared into the sky. However, this dense crystal essence aura disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. In just a few breaths, it had completely disappeared. Obviously, the crystal essence under the layer of soil had all been collected by Yen Chutian. After collecting the crystal essence, Yen Chutian immediately moved, controlling his spiritual energy to leave. However, before he left behind a message to the other two disciples with seats in the Cloud Sky faction. The meaning of his message was simple. He was going to find a place to attempt a breakthrough. He was indeed going to attempt a breakthrough because he had already obtained what he wanted from the crystal essence mine. Looking at Yen Chutian's rapidly departing figure, Gu Shan couldn't help but frown. This was because he had a premonition that if he waited for the other party to return, the distance between them would be even greater. Regarding this, his heart was extremely complicated. It was naturally good for the Cloud Sky faction to have many powerful disciples, but not long ago, the other party was clearly an unremarkable new disciple. Now, he had become so powerful and dazzling. It was hard for him not to sigh in his heart. Even though Xiao Shan, who led the large group away, had left for a long time, his expression was still gloomy and didn't ease up in the slightest. This was because it was no exaggeration to say that today was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he entered the Tianyang faction. If the other party's cultivation was extremely strong and was a veteran Silver faction disciple or even a Gold faction disciple, he could bear with it. However, the other party was clearly a new disciple. Being oppressed by such a Cloud Sky faction disciple naturally made Xiao Shan feel even more humiliated. However, he didn't believe that they wouldn't meet again. It was a small world, and they wouldn't meet again. At that time, all the disciples from his faction would appear. Or rather, he would be able to completely polish his heaven's sanctum and step into the middle, late, or even peak of the Tianfuging fourth floor. Xiao Shan wanted to see whether the Cloud Sky faction disciple could still act so arrogantly in front of him. At the same time, the disciples from the three factions were fighting for the seats in the Sky Desert, and even more chaotic situations were constantly playing out. For example, a beautiful woman in white robes stood quietly at the foot of a giant mountain that was an unknown distance away. Behind her was a large group of people in white robes. In front of her, there was a disciple from the Kongtong faction who refused to back down. The situation between the two factions eventually led to a fierce fight between the disciples in the Sky Desert. In the end, the disciple from the Kongtong faction couldn't win and lost to the former. However, the beautiful woman in white robes didn't have any intention of shattering his plate. She only ordered the disciples from the Freezing Sky faction to occupy the Crystal Marrow mine. You're not going to shatter my plate? The disciple from the Kongtong faction found this hard to believe. He found it hard to imagine that the other party wouldn't expel him after defeating him. When she heard this, the beautiful woman in white robes didn't speak. She didn't even look at him. She only minded her own business and sat down on the Crystal Marrow mine. However, no matter how cold and aloof the beautiful woman appeared, the eyes of the disciple from the Blood Spirit faction became brighter when he looked at her. Vaguely, an indescribable feeling started growing madly in his heart. As if she had finally sensed his gaze, the beautiful woman in white robes suddenly turned her head around and cast a glance at him. For some reason, the originally expressionless disciple of the Kongtong faction actually felt a sense of shyness at this moment and quickly lowered his head. The beautiful woman in white robes glanced at him for a moment before she stopped looking at him. Instead, she sat down quietly and started muttering to herself. Only she could hear herself. "Big brother Yen, where are you?" Yi Linlang didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the pathetic figure crashing to the ground on the vast land. He was now extremely confident that even a cultivator from the Tianfuging fourth floor would not be able to do anything to him. As such, this disciple from the Blood Spirit faction actually dared to compete with him for the crystal marrow mine. What else could it be other than courting death? Since they were defeated by him, there was no way they could get away with it. What awaited them was the most despairing elimination. Half an hour later, when all the disciples of the Blood Spirit faction had been eliminated, he gently lifted his hand and beckoned the disciples behind him to collect the crystal essence from the crystal essence mine. As for himself, he calmly sat on top of the crystal marrow mine to recover from his injuries. Although he had obtained another crystal marrow mine, it wasn't of much use to him. It was just good luck for the disciples under him. However, it didn't matter. Although these disciples were useless in the early stages, they might be of some use when they grew stronger. Compared to the crystal marrow mine, he was more concerned about the inner region of the Sky Desert. Although the outer region wasn't small, it was naturally nothing compared to the inner region. Otherwise, those silver token disciples wouldn't have been sent directly to the inner region. Previously, it might have been a little difficult for him to enter the inner region. However, it wasn't so certain now. Moreover, he had a life-saving card. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack, the silver token disciples couldn't attack him. When he thought of this, the corners of Yi Linlong's mouth curled into a cold arc. This was because he had already decided that even if he really wanted to enter the inner region, there were still some things he had to deal with before entering. The golden mist was quite useful to him, not to mention it was related to an elder. Therefore, it was time to find the disciple from the Cloud Sky faction. Chapter 735. In the depths of the quiet mountain range, a figure was silently sitting cross-legged on a huge rock like a boulder. The figure sitting cross-legged was none other than Yan Chutian. He sat cross-legged. Although this place was not as secretive as the cave where he had previously secluded himself, he had already set up a warning array in the surrounding area. Anyone who approached, even if they could avoid his detection, would more or less trigger the array. After making such preparations, he sat cross-legged in the depths of the mountain range. Although he was still unable to suppress his joy, he finally slowly raised his hand and took out the crystal essences that he had previously collected. As Yan Chutian moved, 6 crystal essences appeared in his palm one after another and floated around his body. Although the number of crystal essences obtained this time was not high, if one took a closer look, they would discover that the crystal essence at the very front had 5 cores. It was a pity that the last ball of essence was not complete. Even so, this crystal essence was much better than an ordinary 4th-grade crystal essence. Not to mention that there was a 4th-grade crystal essence among the remaining 5 crystal essences. Such a big harvest made Yan Chutian happy, and also gave him more confidence in breaking through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Since he had already taken out the crystal essence, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately calmed his heart, closed his eyes, and slowly released his spiritual energy to refine the floating quasi-5th-grade crystal essence. The refinement did not take long. Even though it was a quasi-5th-grade crystal essence, it was refined and absorbed by Yan Chutian in less than half a day. Perhaps it had to be said that a 5th-grade crystal essence, even if it was only a quasi-5th-grade crystal essence, was much better than a 4th-grade crystal essence. Therefore, even though he had spent a 4th-grade crystal essence to no avail back then, After Yen Chutian refined and absorbed the quasi-fifth grade crystal essence, there was finally a change in the depths of his exquisite heavenly palace. It was as if there was a force that wanted to break out of the shell, but there was a thin layer of film blocking it. Under such circumstances, how could Yen Chutian hesitate? He immediately changed his hand gesture, and spiritual power burst out, wrapping around the remaining 5 crystal essences. Then, he used his spiritual power to quickly refine them. The opportunity to break through was right in front of him. Even if doing so would be a bit of a waste, he couldn't care less. The 5 crystal essences were swiftly refined. Although the refining speed was extremely fast, it also caused the consumption to be difficult to calculate. However, Yen Chutian didn't have time to worry about this loss. His eyes were closed, and his mind had already descended into his heaven's abode, into the little Yuanying person. The Yuanying little person gazed into the depths of the heavenly abode. The fluctuations there were extremely chaotic, but this wasn't a bad situation. On the contrary, it was an extremely good situation, because this was the sign of a breakthrough opportunity. As for what would happen next, apart from doing his best until the very end, he could only rely on his own luck to determine whether the true breakthrough would come. Yen Chutian's luck had always been good, and it seemed to be the same today. Therefore, after only a dozen breaths, the Yuanying little person smiled. Then, he stepped into the air and summoned his spiritual power, condensing it into heavy axes of spiritual power one after another. Since the true breakthrough had come, he naturally couldn't be careless. By the time everything calmed down, a day had already passed. After a day, looking at the heaven's abode in his body that had already reached 3,700 feet, even with Yen Chutian's willpower, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Because of his breakthrough this time, the heaven's abode had expanded to a range of 1,400 feet. Even if his foundation wasn't an ordinary 1,000 feet, but 1,100 feet. But on this foundation, he still managed to expand the heaven's abode by 3,000 feet. How could this not be a pleasant surprise? Yen Chutian naturally understood that this was because he had used high-grade crystal essences to break through. But more importantly, it was because of the mysterious Yang Qi. He knew very well that if it weren't for the mysterious Yang Qi that nourished the heaven's abode, even if he was slightly stronger than ordinary cultivators, there would be a limit to his strength. It would be impossible for him to reach such a stage. The 3,700 feet heaven's abode was already enough to give Yen Chutian great confidence. At least, if he met Xiao Shan again, he had full confidence that he would let him know that things were different now. After rejoicing for a long time, Yen Chutian didn't forget about the proper business. Most of the Cloud Sky lineage's disciples were still waiting for him, so he had to hurry back as soon as possible. Therefore, in the next moment, he tapped the tip of his foot and his speed exploded. He was even more ghostly than before, and the distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. When Yen Chutian rushed back, almost 2 days had passed, but the Cloud Sky lineage's disciples were still waiting for him. Seeing Yen Chutian's return, many of the Cloud Sky lineage's disciples were shocked. Even if they didn't realize it, they had already subconsciously regarded Yen Chutian as their true pillar of support. Although Gushan and the other disciple weren't as excited about Yen Chutian's return, when they looked at him and saw that he had already stepped into the 3rd level of the heaven's abode stage, they couldn't help but be stunned. They could imagine how powerful Yen Chutian was when he was at the 2nd level of the heaven's abode stage. Now that he had broken through to the 3rd level of the heaven's abode stage, how powerful was he? If Xiao Shan appeared in front of him again, he would probably be able to easily suppress him, right? Yen Chutian had already expected the shock in the eyes of Gushan and the other disciple, so he remained indifferent. Then, he only asked them about their next plans. If they continued to search for crystal marrow ores, he wouldn't accompany them. If they were to search for crystal marrow ores, he would naturally have to lead the bronze plate disciples under him. However, the shocking news that the two of them revealed made Yan Chutian give up on the thought of leaving. The two of them hadn't gathered by accident, but because they had received news from another disciple. That disciple had mistakenly entered a hidden and mysterious mountain range in the periphery. Within that mountain range, marrow beasts were everywhere. Even with the strength of the Tianfuging fourth floor, he had only barely managed to escape, and more than half of his disciples had been eliminated. At this point, he knew that it was impossible for him to occupy that mountain range by himself. Therefore, he hurriedly spread the news and gathered the disciples of the same lineage. When the two of them received the news, they both headed in that direction and met up. Yan Chutian didn't think that the two of them would deceive him with this kind of news. In other words, this news was definitely true. As for why they could communicate with each other, it was probably because they had a special communication method, just like him and Mu Yi. Unfortunately, although he and Mu Yi knew each other's location, they couldn't communicate with each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded passing this news to him. After all, the disciples under him were probably under his protection. Moreover, he had a feeling that the mountain range where marrow beasts were everywhere wasn't a place that could be conquered with just one or two more people. It was probably a place that even if all the disciples gathered together, it would be difficult to conquer. Hence, Yan Chutian followed the two of them, heading closer and closer to the mountain range that they knew about. However, during this process, he suddenly realized that the direction that he was heading in was the same as the direction that Mu Yi was heading in. Moreover, the former was already at the front. Yan Chutian had never felt that there were so many coincidences in the world. Often, many coincidences had their own reasons. Such a situation made him think of a certain possibility. The existence of that mysterious mountain range was probably no longer a secret and had spread out. Vaguely sensing this point, Yan Chutian didn't hide anything and immediately told the news to Gushan and Mu Yi. When they heard this news, the two of them were stunned. However, they also understood that it was impossible for Yan Chutian to lie to them. Therefore, it was very likely that this was the truth. Actually, thinking about it, it was quite simple. Anyone who approached a land of opportunity would naturally know about it. Hence, it wasn't impossible for this news to spread. However, if that was the case, they had to be prepared. This meant that it was impossible for only their cloud sky lineage to appear in the surroundings of the mysterious mountain range. If many disciples appeared at the same time, the intensity and pressure would likely be much more serious than the previous confrontation between the three lineages. After all, it was only the three lineages before. However, before that mysterious mountain range, it was very likely that it wasn't limited to just the three lineages. Chapter 736. In the depths of what seemed to be an endless mountain range, rich crystal essence aura continuously surged from within the enormous mountain range, lingering over the land like a wave of heat. Such a rich crystal essence aura could be vaguely sensed even from a great distance away. It was difficult to imagine what level and quantity of crystal essence was contained within this mountain range. However, even if someone sensed it, they would not dare to recklessly enter this mountain range. This was because it was not difficult to see exactly how many marrow beasts were present in this seemingly ordinary mountain range from the outskirts of the mountain range. The densely packed number of marrow beasts was like an ant nest. If one were to recklessly enter, it was likely that even the seated disciples of the 8 factions would feel their scalps turn numb. Moreover, what was even more intimidating was the fact that there was an even more berserk aura of marrow beasts spreading from the depths of the mountain range. Those who did not know about this marrow beast aura might be fearless, but those who knew would definitely understand what level the mysterious creature at the source of this aura had reached. However, even so, there were still many people gathered around this enormous mountain range. This many did not refer to the number of disciples, but the figures of all 8 factions. However, even though so many figures had appeared, no one acted recklessly. After all, it was not difficult for them to sense just how miserable the outcome would be if they were to recklessly enter the mountain range. Moreover, wasn't the seated disciples of the Cloud Sky faction the best example? Under such circumstances, time slowly flowed by like flowing water. Several days stealthily passed in the blink of an eye. While these days continued to pass, the geniuses of the 8 factions did not do anything. They had already used their own methods to call for reinforcements. After all, the more they observed, the clearer it became for them. Although the opportunities in such a land of opportunity were astonishing, it was also exceptionally dangerous. Wanting to occupy it with the strength of one or a few people was no different from a fool's dream. In such a situation, they could only call for those from the same faction. Of course, it was not as if they had not thought of a certain possibility. It was likely that even if they called for those from the same faction, it would still be difficult for them to enter alone. At that time, the 8 factions would likely have no choice but to join forces. All in all, as they waited like this, more and more people began to gather from all directions. On a certain day, Yan Chutian's figure finally descended from the sky and landed on the outskirts of the mountain range. Looking at the enormous mountain range in front of him that was filled with a dense crystal essence aura, even he was shocked. Soon after, an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. Based on the aura and the scale of the crystal marrow, it was not impossible for there to be crystal marrow of the 5th or 6th grade in the depths of the mountain range. In other words, the highest quality crystal marrow that could be found in the periphery of the sky desert should be here. Of course, while he was excited, Yan Chutian could naturally see just how many marrow beasts there were in the mountain range. At this stage, even he, who usually liked to go alone, didn't dare to rashly enter. Although he was extremely confident in himself, he still understood the principle of many ants biting an elephant to death. After observing for a few breaths, Yan Chutian quickly descended and followed the Goshan duo, leading a large group of Cloud Sky disciples behind them into a certain mountain forest. After descending into the mountain forest, Yan Chutian immediately saw the figures that had been waiting in the mountain forest for a long time. Moreover, with this glance, he saw not only a single disciple in a seat who had spread the news, but also the disciples under him who had died. There were a total of 6 of them. The number of figures in the mountain forest had already reached several hundred. The 6 disciples in the seats had been waiting for a long time. Naturally, Mu-Yi was among them. At the same time, Yan Chutian quietly sighed in relief. The disciples under him were really behind Mu-Yi and didn't seem to have suffered any losses. This was really the best thing that could have happened. Since he had seen them, Yan Chutian naturally returned to the camp where his disciples were. At the same time, he naturally didn't forget to express his gratitude to Mu-Yi. After all, although they had formed an alliance, in reality, they hadn't done anything. They had only asked the other party to take care of their disciples. However, Yan Chutian didn't expect that at this moment, a cold and mocking laugh suddenly came from a certain direction. A disciple with a seat in the Cloud Sky faction, actually abandoned my disciples and fled by myself. I even need others to protect me. No wonder my Cloud Sky faction is declining day by day. So it's because there are so many cowards. The meaning of these words couldn't be more obvious. Naturally, it caused the originally faintly smiling faces of Yan Chutian and Mu-Yi to change slightly. Following which, the two of them looked over and shockingly saw that the direction the mocking words came from was the other side of the mountain forest. There were 3 disciples with seat. Clearly, the man in green clothes in the middle was the leader. The mocking words just now also came from his mouth. Looking over, before Yan Chutian could say anything, Mu-Yi's soft voice that could not be heard slowly sounded in his ears. "Junior brother Yan, it seems that I have implicated you." Hearing this, at first, Yan Chutian didn't understand. However, when he looked over, he discovered that among the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction present, there were only 3 disciples who had stepped into the seats of the Tianfuging 4th floor. They were the green-clothed man, Mu-Yi, and another person with a slightly dark complexion. Although the disciple with a dark complexion had stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor, he clearly didn't have the intention to form a faction. There were no figures gathered around him. In this way, Mu-Yi and the green-clothed man naturally became the biggest enemies. Originally, before his arrival, there was only one disciple beside Mu-Yi. However, with his arrival, no matter how one looked at it, there were 2 disciples. Perhaps it was also because of his relationship, but Gu Shan and the other person also faintly stood on Mu-Yi's side. In such a situation, it would be strange if the green-clothed man wasn't anxious. Understanding this, Yan Chutian couldn't help but sneer. Because the other party's wishful thinking using him as a breakthrough point was going to fail. Gu Shan and the other person had followed him here. Originally, he didn't want to form a faction. However, the green-clothed man was so overbearing and had even opened his mouth to speak to him. In that case, he couldn't blame him. Therefore, without saying a word, Yan Chutian only stood beside Mu-Yi and then looked at the green-clothed man with a faint smile. The green-clothed man was stunned at first, but he quickly continued to mock and take the opportunity to continuously belittle Mu-Yi. However, soon, a scene that made him unable to hold his expression appeared. Because he discovered that no matter how he belittled Mu-Yi, Gu Shan and the other person became even more determined to stand behind Mu-Yi. Gu Shan and the other person weren't fools. Naturally, they could tell what the other party was trying to do by saying such word. If they and Yan Chutian were really just strangers who met by chance, perhaps they would be affected by the other party's words. However, their current relationship was no longer just strangers who met by chance. Therefore, in the next moment, Gu Shan's faint smile was heard without any scruples. Zhang Yan, you'd better save your energy. The 2 of us followed junior brother Yan here. Since you look down on junior brother Yan, you're also looking down on the 2 of us. Hearing this, the other person beside Gu Shan also nodded faintly. Seeing this, the green-clothed man, who was also Zhang Yan, was naturally speechless and couldn't say anything else. This was because how could he believe that these 2 fellows were so obedient to Yan Yun? Even if the other party had stepped into the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm, so what? Could it be that they were stronger than him, the genuine Tianfuging 4th floor? However, his expression soon turned cold because he thought that the other party was probably not following Yan Yun, but Mu-Yi. With that thought, he naturally wouldn't say anything else. He snorted coldly and fell silent. At the same time, Mu-Yi's expression changed slightly. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Gu Shan and the other person didn't say those words because of him. This was because from the beginning to the end, the 2 of them didn't even look at him. Instead, he inadvertently looked at the former with a gaze filled with respect. He wasn't a fool. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that the 3 of them had probably come into contact before this. Most likely, Yan Yun had used his strange and unpredictable strength to save the 2 of them when they were in a desperate situation. Only then did they accept him wholeheartedly. As for Yan Chutian's strength, Mu-Yi had never doubted it. If it wasn't for the fact that he believed in Yan Chutian's strength and couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes, he wouldn't have specially formed an alliance with him before the Sky Desert opened. Chapter 737. The activity of the Cloud Sky faction in the mountain forest was only a corner of this huge and mysterious mountain range. More and more disciples of the 8 factions rushed over after receiving the news and gathered around the mountain range. Among these figures, there were finally a few familiar faces of Yan Chutian. Shockingly, a group of disciples with powerful auras had arrived in the distance. At the very front, there was a beautiful figure that appeared to be quite charming. Her bearing was not something an ordinary disciple could compare to. Such bearing did not seem like one that could be developed by relying on one's status as a disciple. It was more like one that could be accumulated bit by someone with a strong foundation. This beautiful figure could be considered as someone that Yan Chutian was familiar with. It was Luo Yu. The current Luo Yu's cultivation was extremely strong. She had already stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. Even among the many disciples of the Xian spirit faction, she was one of the best. However, no one would find it strange that she had improved so much, because everyone knew that her parents were elders of the Xian spirit faction. With such a backer and his own talent, it was within his expectations that he could make such progress. Haha! Junior sister Luo Yu, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you would have already reached such a level. When Luo Yu led her disciples to descend on the mountain range, a faint and cold laugh suddenly sounded from the other side. Looking over, it was also a majestic group descending from the sky and landing around the mountain range. The person leading this group could not help but cause Luo Yu's beautiful eyes to move slightly, because she also knew the other party, and could even be called an acquaintance, because the person leading the group was none other than Yi Linlang. However, for some reason, after not seeing him for a period of time, she suddenly felt that Yi Linlang's aura seemed to have changed a lot. If it was said that she did not feel anything towards him in the past, then now, within this feeling, she could not help but feel a trace of resistance. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yu also understood. Perhaps this was because of the Tianyang faction. In the Tianyang faction that was more cruel than the other factions, it would more or less become cold and gloomy. However, it seemed that it was also because of this that even Luo Yu could see that her cultivation was a level higher than the other party. However, when he looked at the other party, he could still clearly sense a sense of danger. One had to know that she had only felt this way when she faced other fourth-level Heaven Palace realm cultivators in the past. Because of this, Luo Yu did not show much familiarity. She only nodded symbolically and then descended into the profound spirit lineage's camp. The latter saw all of these. Although his eyes were still indifferent, there was already a coldness that was rarely seen accumulating in the depths of his eyes. Following that, an almost undetectable cold snort could be heard. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The descendants of Freezing Sky were full of women. The line of Freezing Sky was an incredibly unique existence, because they only took in female disciples. Because of that, the entire forest in the camp of the line of Freezing Sky was filled with young women. At this moment, when a certain beautiful figure led a group and rushed over with many men following closely behind her, it naturally attracted many gazes. There was quite a bit of commotion, and in the end, it even attracted the attention of the disciples of the 8 bloodlines. Within the Cloud Sky faction, he could not help but ask curiously when he saw that there was no unusual activity within the mountain range, but there was quite a large commotion in another mountain forest. What is that place? When he heard the question, Mu Yi also cast a glance in the direction of the mountain forest before he answered with a guess. That is where the line of Freezing Sky's camp is. Something must have happened there. The line of Freezing Sky. When the line of Freezing Sky was mentioned, Yan Chutian's eyes lit up, because at that moment, he remembered that he was Cher, whom he had not seen for a long time. Ever since he entered the inner sect, he had parted ways with her and had never seen her again. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye so much time had passed. And when he thought about it, with Cher's talent and clear heart, even if she had not become a Seat disciple, she should be one of the best among the bronze plate disciples, right? When he saw Yan Chutian's eyes light up, Mu Yi's eyelids instantly twitched, and he quickly spoke as if he had thought of something. Junior brother Yan, we are still in the desert right now. Once the desert is over, it won't be too late for us to visit the line of Freezing Sky. With Junior brother Yan's abilities, there will definitely be quite a number of female disciples in the line of Freezing Sky who will be tempted. When he heard this, there was no way Yan Chutian would not be able to understand that Mu Yi had misunderstood something. Could it be that he, Yen Chutian, was a lecher in the eyes of others? Ahem. Senior brother Mu, you've misunderstood. Actually, Yen Chutian coughed dryly, then began to explain to Mu Yi. When he finished speaking, Mu Yi knew that he had misunderstood. He apologized and took the initiative to lead them towards the mountain forest where the line of freezing skies camp was located. However, this action of theirs, which seemed to be the most normal action of all, caused the disciples of the line of cloud sky behind them to have strange expressions on their faces. Because to them, the two of them were clearly talking to each other with strange smiles on their faces before they suddenly headed towards the line of freezing sky. When Zhang Yan saw this, his eyes were filled with disdain. To him, the two of them had clearly been blinded by lust and could not see the situation clearly. In the mountain forest where the line of freezing skies camp was located, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the mountain forest. At that moment, the disciples of the line of freezing sky were not the only ones there. There were also people from the line of Kongtong. In front of the line of Kongtong's people was a person dressed in black robes. He stood with a faint smile on his face. He swept his gaze across the area and looked indifferently at the beautiful woman with a voluptuous body but a face as cold as ice. Junior sister Lu, this is a matter between them. Why do you have to be so unreasonable? What's the point of letting them interact with each other? The moment the black-robed person finished speaking, a young man behind him had already stuck his head out and shouted towards the front. Cher, I really like you. The moment the young man's words appeared, a rather large commotion was instantly stirred up. However, this caused the face of the person behind the beautiful woman to fill with anger. She did not expect that her disdainful attitude of not chasing him out of the heavenly desert would instead make him feel good about himself. Now it would even cause this sort of trouble. If she had known this would happen, she would have put in more effort to severely injure him and chase him out. He Feng, I don't have any feelings for you. Your feelings for me will only disgust me. Her heart was filled with anger, which was why the woman did not show any mercy when she spoke. Her resolute words naturally caused He Feng's face to freeze. As for the black-robed person beside her, he could not help but narrow his eyes and laugh eerily. Young lady, if you don't have feelings for him, you can slowly nurture him, but my younger brother is not someone who anyone can insult so easily. I will give you one more chance. Answer me properly. Before He Ling could finish speaking, not only did the person in question, even the beautiful woman who was the leader of the line of freezing sky scrunch up her originally cold face. The other party was so arrogant. Did he think that no one in the line of freezing sky could suppress him? However, before the two women could speak, a cold shout that did not bother to hide its ghastly tone resounded through the air from the other side. Let me answer you. You line of Kongtong disciples are truly disgusting. What did it mean to say that one would not rest until one was shocked to death? This was it. Once this cold shout landed, the gazes of many people from both sides instantly gathered on that person. Many gazes gathered and two people could be seen descending one after another. Some of the normal bronze plate disciples might not recognize these two people, but people like He Ling had already recognized who they were. However, it was because he recognized them that he became even more furious. He laughed coldly and mockingly. I was wondering who they were. So they are the prides of the line of cloud sky. What? Does the line of cloud sky want to interfere with the line of Kongtong? The two people who suddenly descended were naturally Yen Chutian and Mu Yi. At this moment, Yen Chutian was truly thankful that he had asked and immediately rushed over. Otherwise, he would not have known that Cher was being bullied here. At the same time, when the person in question, Cher, saw the person who suddenly appeared, her face was filled with surprise. Then, she no longer suppressed the emotions in her heart. She immediately controlled her spiritual energy and leapt into Yen Chutian's arms. Facing the incoming Cher, Yen Chutian could feel how turbulent her emotions were. Hence, he did not stop her and allowed her to jump into his arms. Chapter 738. Seeing Cher taking the initiative to throw herself into Yan Chutian's embrace, many people who didn't know what was going on couldn't help having weird expressions. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a melodramatic fight was about to take place. At the same time, He Feng, who was behind He Ling, saw the scene between the two of them. Flames of extreme jealousy were about to burst out from his eyes. He felt as if he had been cuckolded. Yan Shui had long been viewed as his exclusive property. Thus, how could he tolerate his woman throwing herself into another man's embrace in front of everyone? "You're courting death." In his rage, He Feng did not conceal his baleful aura at all. When the surrounding spiritual energy surged, he had already ripped apart space and sent a claw towards Yan Chutian. Of course, although he was furious, more importantly, in He Feng's eyes, Lin Yun had only just entered the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. If Lin Yun had just entered, he probably wouldn't even have the time to polish his Heavenly Palace realm. How could Lin Yun compare to him, who had almost polished his Heavenly Palace realm? If Lin Yun didn't retreat, then He Feng would humiliate Lin Yun in front of everyone. Conversely, if Lin Yun retreated, it would also be humiliating. Thinking about that, He Feng's lips couldn't help but curl up into a cold arc. He Feng, wasn't someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could fight over a woman with him. Facing He Feng's claw that tore apart space, Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent, but he was mocking in his heart. How could he not see what this He Feng was planning? But it was a pity that this idea might have some effect on others, but it was destined to fail on Yan Chutian. As the attack came, Yan Chutian did not take a step back under everyone's gazes. He only raised his right hand and punched out with Cher in his arms. It looked like an ordinary fist, but the power contained within it was the profound yang energy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the profound yang energy was Yan Chutian's most proficient and unpredictable method. Now that the mysterious yang energy had been unleashed, there was no need to think about the result. He Feng thought that he would be able to gain the upper hand no matter what. However, in the next instant, when the palm and claw met, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth instantly froze. This was because he could clearly sense just how powerful the power of the other party's palm strike was as it spread over. Was this level of strength really from someone who had just entered the third level of the Heaven Palace realm? Boom! A dull rumbling sound reverberated out. Yan Chutian hugged Cher and did not move a single step. On the other hand, He Feng, who was ferociously attacking, had already retreated a dozen steps back in a sorry state. This scene not only caused He Feng to feel disbelief in his heart, but it also caused shock to appear in the eyes of the surrounding disciples from the two factions. No matter how they looked at it, Yan Chutian had only just entered the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. As for that He Feng, although he had yet to reach the great circle of Heaven Palace realm, he was still an outstanding figure within the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. But the result of such a head-on clash was actually He Feng retreating in a sorry state? Clearly feeling the change in the gazes of the surrounding crowd, how could He Feng's expression still be good? However, just as he was about to gather his strength again in anger, the hidden energy hidden in the depths of his body finally exploded. The sudden explosion of the hidden energy caused him, who was caught off guard, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not to mention whether he could gather his strength or not, even his body was swaying and his aura was dispirited. Such a situation caused the gazes of the disciples from the two factions to tremble. Because of this scene, they did not even understand what was going on. Such a situation naturally caused He Ling to be unable to maintain his composure. Spiritual energy surged around his body, enough to suppress the heavens and earth. His gloomy and furious words also resounded in the heavens and earth. "Haha, looks like the Cloud Sky faction really wants to interfere today. That's fine as well. Then, let me, He Ling, experience your skills." Before He Feng's cold words fell, His body was like a ghost as he disappeared from his original spot. At that instant, even without anyone saying anything, everyone knew that He Ling was going to make a move. In an instant, many gazes that looked at Yan Chutian couldn't help but reveal sympathy. That was because He Ling had stepped into the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm before the opening of the Heaven Desert. After going through the opening of the Sky Desert, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of level his current strength had reached. At the same time, facing He Ling's oppressive aura, Yan Chutian was not afraid at all. He Ling was indeed not weak, but if He Ling wanted to bully him, it was absolutely impossible. However, just as Yan Chutian was slowly circulating the power in his body, a figure suddenly descended in front of him. "Junior brother Yan, since I came with you, I have to put in some effort. So, let me deal with He Ling." As his voice faded, a loud rumble resounded in the air. At the same time, a violent spiritual energy ripple spread out, immediately stirring up a large amount of dust. When the dust gradually settled, everyone looked over and saw that Mu Yi and He Ling were standing opposite each other. Between the two, a huge spiritual energy pressure, accompanied by a strong smell of gunpowder, spread out continuously. In everyone's eyes, the two were evenly matched, so no one dared to easily determine who would win if they really fought. Looking at Mu Yi, who was blocking in front of him, He Ling's face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Originally, he thought that Mu Yi wouldn't make a move, because once he made a move, it meant that he would become enemies with the Kongtong bloodline. The Cloud Sky bloodline was constantly declining and was deliberately suppressed by the Tianyang bloodline. No matter what, Mu Yi wouldn't be willing to make such a strong enemy. However, no matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect that Mu Yi would still make a move. "Mu Yi, do you really want to follow this guy and go against the Kongtong bloodline?" He Ling shouted coldly in a low voice, his words full of threats. However, facing his cold shout, Mu Yi laughed and said, "He Ling, do you think that you alone can represent the Kongtong bloodline? In other words, I am the same. So right now, I just don't want to see someone bully my junior brothers from the same bloodline just because they have more people." Mu Yi's words immediately caused He Ling's face to stiffen and he was speechless. Because the truth was as it was. Although he wasn't weak, he wasn't the only one among the top 10 disciples, so how could he decide the Kongtong bloodline all by himself? This stalemate would obviously make He Ling's situation worse and worse. Right now, he couldn't advance or retreat. If it was any other time, Mu Yi might have taken a step back, but right now, in this vast desert, he definitely wouldn't do that. One less enemy was a good thing, but his own momentum was also the key. Besides, he already knew that the Kongtong bloodline and the Tianyang bloodline were extremely close. Even if he gave him a way out now, the other wouldn't remember it at all. The two continued to be in a stalemate. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they fought again. Fortunately, just as the atmosphere was incredibly tense, the beautiful woman leading the Freezing Sky bloodline finally stopped being silent. She took a step forward and opened her red lips slightly. "After all, this is the camp of the Freezing Sky bloodline. Even if you want to fight, go somewhere else." It seemed to be a simple sentence, but in reality, it gave both sides a way out. And He Ling wasn't a stupid person. He immediately took advantage of the situation and said, "Very well, today I will give face to junior sister Lu." When he finished speaking, he turned and left with the Kongtong disciples behind him. But when he turned, he looked coldly at Mu Yi and Yan Chutian. "Haha, the two geniuses of the Cloud Sky bloodline, I look forward to the next time we meet." When he finished speaking, he controlled his spirit power and flew back to the Kongtong bloodline's camp. When she saw that the Kongtong bloodline had all left, the beautiful woman finally turned her gaze to Yan Chutian and Mu Yi. But just as she was about to say something, the sharp-eyed and quick-witted Cher quickly flashed forward and grabbed the woman's fair arm. She said coquettishly, "Senior Sister Lu, This is the big brother Yen I told you about. Cher said a lot of things in one go, but the beautiful woman didn't show any impatience as she listened to her long-winded words. She only nodded helplessly in the end. But after nodding, she didn't forget to examine Yan Chutian from head to toe. That gaze seemed to want to see through his heart. Although Yan Chutian didn't dislike it, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The beautiful woman's attitude towards Cher seemed to be especially friendly? Chapter 739. With Shui acting as the middleman and adding on his special closeness to Shui, Yan Chutian and Mu Yi did not need to leave like He Ling. However, even if they stayed, it was still extremely awkward. The gazes of the many prided girls from the line of freezing sky were all focused on the two of them. If it was any other time, it would be very enjoyable to be stared at by one or two girls. However, when the number of girls was 10 times greater and their gazes were filled with undisguised gossipy intent, in the end, even Yan Chutian found it hard to bear. As for Mu Yi, his expression was calm. Instead, he took the chance to talk to the beautiful girl. Yan Chutian knew that the other party was not the type to lust after women. Therefore, he only needed to think for a moment to understand what was going on. It seemed that Mu Yi wanted to find a friend outside of the line of cloud sky that he could form an alliance with. The relationship between him and Shui, as well as the special closeness of that beautiful woman to Shui, had obviously moved his heart. When he understood the situation, Yan Chutian was happy to see it. Because if they really became allies, then the biggest problem of fighting would be avoided. Otherwise, if the line of cloud sky and the line of freezing sky went against each other, he did not want to fight against Cher. He also did not want Cher to be criticized in the line of freezing sky because of him. While Mu Yi and the beautiful girl were talking, Yan Chutian did not disturb them. Instead, he looked at Cher, who had been standing quietly by his side for a long time. However, when he looked at Cher, he found that the former was panting with anger. Big brother Yen hasn't come to see me for so long. Today we finally meet, but you keep staring at senior sister Lu. Men. When he heard Cher's angry words and her resentful sneer, Yan Chutian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately gave her a knock on the head. Then, he looked at Cher, who was making an exaggerated expression of pain. He smiled faintly and said, "Who did you learn this from? You're really good at it." "Humph," Cher snorted, her pretty face full of arrogance. However, even though he was prideful, he still obediently pulled Yan Chutian aside and told him about his experiences in freezing sky. As he listened to Cher speak slowly, Yan Chutian came to know that when Elder Shui Yun brought him into the lineage of freezing sky, he had taken great care of him. As for why Luliani was so close to him, it was because she once had a younger sister who unfortunately passed away before she could enter the Dark God Palace. Coincidentally or not, Shui was very similar to her younger sister in terms of both appearance and personality. Therefore, she was always very close to Cher in all aspects. When she mentioned Luliani, Cher couldn't help but show a faint respect on her face. This made Yan Chutian understand that it was not only Luliani who was extremely close to her, but also Cher. However, perhaps even she didn't know about this. However, Yan Chutian didn't think too much about this point. Moreover, when Cher finished speaking, she immediately asked him about his experiences in the lineage of Cloud Sky. Yan Chutian didn't hide too much from Cher. He slowly told her about his experiences in the past half a year. Although Yan Chutian knew that his ability to tell stories wasn't good enough, Cher listened with great interest, so he had no choice but to tell her as vividly as possible. Otherwise, even he himself felt that he was letting down the former's relish in his reaction. Unknowingly, an hour had already passed. When he came back to his senses, Yan Chutian had already noticed that Mu Yi and Luliani had stopped talking. At this moment, one was waiting for him quietly, while the other was looking at him with her beautiful eyes from time to time. Especially when she looked at him, there was a lot of wariness in her eyes. That look was like he was afraid that Shui would be snatched away by him. Of course, Yan Chutian wouldn't snatch Cher away. He just patted the former's head and told her to be careful, then walked towards Mu Yi. Seeing Yan Chutian's back leave, Cher's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. However, compared to before, her mood was much better, because she knew that as long as she was still in the desert, she could still see Yan Chutian at any time. Moreover, even if she went out, it wasn't that she couldn't cross the lineage and go to Cloud Sky. When returning to the camp of Cloud Sky, Yan Chutian didn't forget to look at Mu Yi beside him and ask, "Senior brother Mu, how was the discussion?" Mu Yi also knew that Yan Chutian should have known his goal, so he only laughed faintly and slowly answered, "Although Lu Lianyi did not immediately agree, I believe that in the Freezing Sky faction, at least she will eventually become allies with the Cloud Sky faction." "Are you so sure?" "Haha, this is the confidence junior brother Yan gave me." News could sometimes be sealed, but sometimes it would spread the fastest in the world. In just an hour, the news of the fight that happened in Freezing Sky's camp spread like a whirlwind through all the disciples of the 8 lineages. Of course, the news that spread out was always more exaggerated than the truth. Because of that, the rumor had already turned into Yen Yun and He Feng fighting for the prodigy of Frost Sky. In the end, He Feng couldn't win and had to ask his elder brother for help. However, Yen Yun wasn't alone. He also had Mu Yi, a top figure of Cloud Sky's lineage, behind him. The news spread even more fiercely and only a few people knew about it, but it was already confusing. When this news spread back to Cloud Sky's lineage, Zhang Yin used it as a pretext to mock Yan Chutian for making enemies for Cloud Sky's lineage for a woman. However, he didn't even need to say anything. Mu Yi took a step forward and told him about the possibility of Frost Sky becoming allies. His words instantly made Zhang Yin speechless. After all of them knew that Kong Tong's lineage had always been close to Tianyang's lineage. There was a high chance that they would follow the latter and put pressure on Cloud Sky's lineage. That was why the so-called making enemies for no reason was just nonsense. However, if they could bring back an ally, then it would be different. It was highly possible that they could change the situation of Cloud Sky's lineage being oppressed. There might be a difference between the 8 lineages, but even Tianyang's lineage, which was the strongest in terms of overall strength, wasn't that much stronger than Cloud Sky's lineage, which was the weakest in terms of overall strength. Otherwise, even if Cloud Sky's lineage had once produced the strongest disciple, it would have been impossible for Tianyang's lineage to feel pressured. And now, after their strongest disciple, Yan Chutian, was suspected to have died, they were purposely suppressing it. Who doesn't know how to spout nonsense? Do you think that just because he hooked up with a female disciple of Frost Sky, a disciple of Frost Sky's lineage will form an alliance with Cloud Sky? Zhang Yan clearly didn't believe Mu Yi's words, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he had one of the disciples behind him say those words. Once that disciple finished speaking, he took over the conversation and continued. "Haha, since Seat Mu said those words, then it must be the truth. Very well, then I will wait for the moment when Frost Sky's lineage forms an alliance with Cloud Sky's lineage." Although Zhang Yan did not continue after saying those words, everyone was able to tell that there was a threat in his tone. Clearly, if there was no such thing as an ally, he would definitely use that as an excuse to make a fuss. When Yan Chutian saw everything, he could only say in his heart that Mu Yi was truly confident in the relationship between Cher and Lu Lianyi. However, at this sort of time, it was naturally impossible for him to say anything against it. He could only hope that the two sides would truly form an alliance in the end. At the same time, what many people did not know was that a few of the seated disciples of Tianyang's lineage had already made contact with the people of Kong Tong's lineage. In the depths of the dense mountain forest, there were only a few figures. However, these people were all seated disciples of their own lineage. If they were eliminated, then the many disciples under them would also be chased out of the heavenly desert. When a few people gathered together, a chilling laugh suddenly came from one of the figures. "Ha ha! Brother I didn't think that Cloud Sky's lineage would dare to provoke your Kong Tong's lineage. Looks like Cloud Sky's lineage is truly ignorant. Could it be that they don't know that the number one disciple they are so proud of has already died? Humph. They are just a bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They are probably still holding on to the illusory hope that the number one disciple hasn't died and will return someday. Ha! Brother don't be angry. As long as we work together, there will naturally be a time when Cloud Sky's lineage will fall to the bottom of the valley." Chapter 740. The surroundings of the mountain range were calm and peaceful. But as long as one casually climbed to the top of the mountain and looked into the mountain range, one's heart would definitely tremble. Because as far as the eye could see, there were densely packed marrow beasts in the seemingly ordinary mountain range. With such a large number, even if a third or fourth level heavenly palace cultivator entered, it would definitely be difficult. After all, with so many ants, there was the possibility of them biting an elephant to death. But even so, as more and more disciples from the various factions gathered around the mountain range, it finally made them cast their gazes towards the interior of the mountain range once again. They knew the dangers of the mountain range, but such dangers also represented unimaginable opportunities. Moreover, as more and more disciples gathered, the chances of safely entering the mountain range also increased. They all held such thoughts. Finally, one day, almost at the same time, the seated disciples of the various factions all led the disciples under them and appeared on the mountain range. Looking from afar, one could see countless young heavenly palace cultivators surrounding the mountain range. In the Tsangyuan continent, only the Tsangshan Palace or the Tianyang Valley could produce such a magnificent scene. In front of the large group of disciples from the various factions were naturally the seated disciples. But at this time, it was already difficult for the seated disciples of the various factions to remain intact. For example, the Cloud Sky faction had already lost one person. The only faction with 10 seated disciples that remained intact was perhaps the Tianyang faction. But at this time, even if they knew which faction it was that eliminated their seated disciples, they had no choice but to temporarily put down their grudges. Because although the various factions didn't explicitly state that they were cooperating, their appearance at this time had already indicated their intention to cooperate. Even if this cooperation was still fighting separately after entering the mountain range, entering together was already a kind of cooperation. But of course, apart from this kind of cooperation, it wasn't as if there weren't any cooperation between the various factions. For example, the Kongtong faction and the Tianyang faction. The two factions were originally very close, and now they appeared at the side, clearly showing their sincerity to cooperate. Apart from the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction, there were other factions that cooperated. For example, the Cloud Sky faction and the Cold Sky faction that were already together. Not only did this scene cause the expressions of the disciples from the other factions to change slightly, even those from the Cloud Sky faction revealed shocked expressions. Because almost all the members of the line of Freezing Sky were women, they rarely worked together with other lines. But now, it seemed to have formed a connection with the Cloud Sky bloodline? Looking at the commotion here, the gazes of some of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions couldn't help but change. This was not good news for their plan. When Zhang Yan saw that Freezing Sky had truly formed a relationship with Cloud Sky, his expression changed non-stop. He originally thought that Mu Yi was just spouting nonsense that day, but who would have thought that it would turn out to be true today? As a result, his expression became increasingly unsightly. Because if this continued, it would be a pipe dream for him to claim supremacy among the top 10 disciples. But even if his expression was ugly, he couldn't find a way to change it. Could it be that he could find an ally on the spot? The reason why the various factions had gathered at the top of the mountain range was self-evident. Thus, they didn't have to wait for long. Soon, the disciples from the various factions stepped out. As for where they looked, it was naturally the inner part of the mountain range, where the countless marrow beasts were. As the 8 lines moved, the countless marrow beasts in the huge mountain range seemed to have sensed something. Their originally scattered gazes all gathered around the mountain range. Immediately after, the cries of 10,000 marrow beasts spread out. Even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm would be greatly affected by the huge commotion. Fortunately, there were many disciples from the various factions gathered together. The formless aura gathered together was enough to resist the impact of the marrow beast's aura. Haha! As for the other lines, my Tianyang line went ahead and chose this area. Suddenly, a faint laugh came from the direction of the Tianyang line. After the faint laugh, a figure with an extremely strong aura, who had already stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor, brazenly charged into the mountain range. With his cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to be alone. Thus, in the next instant, a large number of figures behind him moved in unison and charged into the mountain range. The Tianyang line took the lead, and the other 7 lines naturally weren't to be outdone. Thus, in the next instant, the 7 lines all moved in unison and charged into the mountain range. In the face of countless invaders, the malevolent-looking marrow beasts in the mountain range didn't show any mercy. They immediately opened their bloody mouths and charged towards every single figure. In an instant, turbulent fighting began to appear between the heavens and the earth. In the cloud skyline, as one of the 10 disciples, Yen Chutian naturally took the lead. The spiritual energy around him surged and turned into a strangling force that tore forward. A weaker marrow beast would have been instantly killed by such a terrifying strangling power. As for the stronger marrow beasts, even if they couldn't be killed, they could be heavily injured. In this way, when the disciples behind him faced the marrow beasts, the pressure would be greatly reduced. However, he was still alone in the end. Thus, even if he tried his best, there would still be many marrow beasts that couldn't be injured that charged into the group of disciples under his command. However, Yen Chutian wouldn't even turn around to take a look because he understood that the disciples behind him also needed experience. If he blocked all of them for them, even if their cultivations were successful, they would still be much weaker than the disciples from the other lines. Moreover, it wasn't realistic for him to block all of them by himself. The strangling force around him was violent, so naturally, there were many marrow beasts with powerful auras that targeted Yen Chutian. Although the marrow beasts didn't have intelligence, their instincts told them exactly who was the most terrifying person. However, when he sensed that several marrow beasts with powerful auras were surrounding him, Yen Chutian didn't panic and only smiled faintly. The current him had already stepped into the 3rd layer of the Heaven Palace stage. Even if he hadn't used the crystal essence to temper himself, he was already much stronger than before. Thus, even if several marrow beasts at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Heaven Palace stage surrounded him, he wasn't afraid at all. Thus, when those marrow beasts surrounded him, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and disappeared like a ghost. Immediately after, he appeared in the air above those marrow beasts. When he suddenly appeared, the mysterious seal in his hand was already continuously fusing. When the seal landed, an indescribable sealing power instantly descended, causing the marrow beast below to be unable to move at all. Soon after, the palm finally smashed down in a mighty manner. One could imagine just how powerful this attack was. When the commotion gradually subsided, one could clearly see that a small area of vacuum had appeared at the place where the explosion had originated. Although there were too many marrow beasts in the mountain range, and the vacuum was quickly filled, that scene had already been imprinted in the hearts of many people. At this moment, it also caused them to reveal shock in their eyes. After all, it was hard for them to imagine that the power of this attack could be unleashed by a cultivator who had just entered the third layer of the Heaven Palace stage. No matter what, it should be a cultivator at the peak of the third layer of the Heaven Palace stage, or even a cultivator at the peak of the fourth layer, to be able to unleash such strength. In the direction of Tianyang's faction, a certain gaze looked over, filled with shock. Immediately after, his eyes and face were filled with deep unwillingness. This was because he found it hard to imagine that the power of a seemingly casual attack from the other party could reach such a level in such a short period of time. However, even if he was shocked and unwilling, he soon calmed down. After all, it wasn't that he hadn't made any progress in the past few days. Currently, he had already tempered his Heaven Palace stage by quite a bit and should have barely entered the middle stage of the Heaven Fujing fourth floor. Although the other party had also made quite a bit of progress, it was impossible for the other party to do anything to him. However, he had completely forgotten the ruthless words he had said before he left. When they met again, he wanted to see if the other party still had the guts to make a move against him. However, his current thoughts were completely different from the ruthless words he had said. At this point, the identity of this figure was also clear. He was one of the disciples of the Tianyang faction, Xiao Shan. Chapter 741. Boom! After killing another marrow beast that was close to the Tianfujing fourth floor, Yan Chutian turned his gaze to the area below that had already been occupied by his disciples. Although there were still many marrow beasts eyeing them covetously, they could not afford to delay their search for crystal essences. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that no unforeseen events would occur in the end. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had already instructed them to do so. As such, the disciples under him were not in a hurry and they quickly formed a formation. In this way, although the speed of their advancement would be somewhat reduced, they would be able to excavate all the crystal essences that could possibly exist in the surrounding area under such circumstances. Moreover, it was not only Yan Chutian's group that had slowed down. In fact, it was not limited to Yun Tian's faction. The disciples of the 8 factions did not speak as they slowed down their advance. As for their goal, it was naturally for crystal essences. For a time, the 8 factions had already reached a kind of peace. However, this peace would not last long. After all, no matter how vast the mountain range was, it would eventually be completely occupied at this rate. When that time came, the central region where the various factions intersected would clearly be the scene of a struggle. The current peace was only due to the fact that the mountain range was vast and that there were marrow beasts all over it. However, even though their advance had slowed down, the 8 factions quickly entered the depths of the mountain range. When they entered, the expressions of every disciple suddenly changed. This was because they could sense an extremely powerful aura emanating from the depths of the mountain range. It was likely that there was a marrow beast that exceeded their expectations in the depths of the mountain range. Moreover, when they sensed the powerful aura, they could clearly see several malevolent-looking marrow beasts suddenly descend from the sky. Each marrow beast had 2 fleshy wings on its back, and several bony white spikes protruded from its spine. Due to the powerful aura emanating from the depths of the mountain range, they had overlooked the auras of these marrow beasts. Now that they sensed it at such a close distance, even these marrow beasts were a force that was difficult to ignore. After all, each marrow beast had reached the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. Marrow beasts did not have intelligence and were much weaker than cultivators of the same level. However, these marrow beasts were all at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, so they were not to be underestimated. In addition to the sea of marrow beasts that were eyeing them covetously, the disciples of the various factions couldn't help but secretly rejoice that all 8 factions had entered. Otherwise, even if they gathered the strength of a single bloodline, they would have no choice but to give up on escaping when faced with such a lineup of marrow beasts. But now, even if the disciples of the 8 branches gathered, they would not dare to act rashly. If it were just these marrow beasts, it would have been fine to just attack them directly. However, even though the marrow beast's aura could not be seen in the depths, it was already giving off such an enormous pressure. It was enough to cause the expressions of the disciples from the various factions, including Yan Chutian, to turn solemn. It was not hard for them to imagine that the hidden marrow beast was the king of this mountain range. Its strength was probably comparable to that of the Tianfuging sixth floor. Even if this Tianfuging sixth floor couldn't compare to the Tianfuging sixth floor of the human practitioners, it was enough to make it difficult for them, even the disciples of the Tianfuging fourth floor, to resist. Everyone, if we want to completely conquer this Marrow Mountain range, we will have to truly work together. Otherwise, you can take the opportunity to withdraw now and save yourself the trouble of wasting time. You will only lose your disciples for nothing. Under such circumstances, a disciple of the Tianjin faction spoke up. The Tianjin faction was the most special existence in the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace. It was also the most neutral existence. Therefore, no one objected when a disciple of the Tianjin faction spoke up. Moreover, they also knew that it was just as the disciple had said. If they wanted to continue at this time, they would have to truly work together with the 8 branches. Since a disciple of the Tianjin faction has spoken, you must have a plan. Since that is the case, just say it. A disciple of the Tianyang faction spoke up with a faint smile. Yan Chutian looked over and realized that the person who spoke was Yi Linlang. The latter seemed to have sensed his gaze and looked back. When his gaze met with Yan Chutian's, he revealed a faint smile. Although Yan Chutian had never had a grudge with Yi Linlang, he couldn't help but feel disgust when he saw Yi Linlang's reaction. Yan Chutian didn't understand, but it didn't matter. If Yi Linlang didn't find trouble with him, he would ignore him. However, if he wanted to find trouble with him, he would have to be prepared to go for wool and come home shorn. After hearing Yi Linlang's words, many people's gazes locked onto the disciple of the Tianjin faction. Although the disciple of the Tianjin faction was at most at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm, no faction would underestimate him. After all, everyone in the Tianjin faction was proficient in the way of formations. Moreover, the way of formations was their strongest aspect. If they were the slightest bit careless and entered a fully set-up formation, even a 3rd or 4th level Heaven Palace realm cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable. Our Tianjin faction is proficient in the way of formations. Therefore, in this situation, although the method I speak of is not a sure thing, it should be the most effective method. Senior Brother Yan, please speak. There's no need to keep us in suspense. A disciple of the Xueling faction also spoke. He wore a black robe and there was a faint bloody aura surging around him. It was extremely secretive. Since he had already spoken, he wouldn't keep them in suspense and continued. Our Tianjin faction has a great formation called the Chaos Origin Skylock. It is rumored that if a peak formation expert were to set up this formation, even the sky would be sealed. Although we are unable to set up such a Chaos Yuan sky sealing formation, if we were to set it up together, we should be able to seal all the remaining marrow beasts in this mountain range. Hearing him say so easily that the Chaos Energy Heaven Lock formation was strong enough to lock up all the marrow beasts in the mountain range. Apart from Yan Chutian, the disciples of the other factions were shocked. At the same time, many people thought that a great formation was indeed an extremely terrifying method. If it was successfully set up, its power would be immeasurable. As for Yan Chutian, he was able to accept all this so calmly because he had once reached such a height. However, no one was a fool. If the Chaos Origin Skylock formation was easy to set up, then the disciples of the Tianjin faction wouldn't need to speak of it. They could just set it up directly. Now that they deliberately mentioned it, it was likely that not only was it difficult to set up the formation, but there were also many restrictions. As expected, they soon heard him continue. Although the Chaos Origin Skylock formation has an extremely wide range, there are still restrictions. When we Tianjin faction disciples work together to set it up, we can't move it easily. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to set up the formation successfully. Even if the Chaos Origin Skylock formation is set up, the disciples of the various factions need to work together to inject their spiritual energy into it before it can be activated. Moreover, if the last Marrow Beast King reaches the Tianfuging 6th floor, it might be able to break free. At that time, someone will need to take action to severely injure or even kill that Marrow Beast. The disciples of the Tianjin faction mentioned a lot of restrictions as soon as they spoke, making it easier for everyone to accept. Sure enough, the Tao of Arrays was troublesome. However, they more or less understood that as long as the disciples of the Tianjin faction were protected and the Chaos Origin Skylock formation was set up, then, with the help of many disciples, they would be able to seal almost all the Marrow Beasts. At that time, as long as they let the top disciples take action and work together to kill the last Marrow Beast King, they should be able to conquer this Crystal Marrow Mountain. Since that's the case, under the premise that the Chaos Origin Skylock formation can be successfully activated, let the disciples of the various factions take action and work together to kill the last Marrow Beast. Each faction will send 4 people. Thinking about it, with 4 people from each faction, even if all the disciples of the Tianjin faction are excluded, the 7 factions will have close to 30 people working together. Thinking about it, even if the Marrow Beast really reaches the Tianfuging 6th floor, it will still be killed. The disciples of the various factions spoke one after another. In the end, after the disciples of the Tianjin faction nodded in agreement, the plan was finalized. The final plan was to first protect the disciples of the Tianjin faction and set up the Chaos Origin Skylock formation. Then, apart from the 4 disciples of each faction, all the other disciples would work together to activate the Great Formation and seal the Marrow Beasts in the mountain range. At that time, apart from the Tianjin faction, nearly 30 disciples of the 7 factions would work together to kill the last Marrow Beast. As long as they could kill the Marrow Beast King, then the Marrow Beasts that could be sealed by the Chaos Origin Skylock formation would naturally not be a problem. Chapter 742. In the vast mountain range, the disciples of the 8 lineages gathered. The disciples under each lineage looked solemn as they scanned their surroundings. There seemed to be countless Marrow Beasts in the surrounding area. Although they had been baptized time and time again, many of them were much stronger than before. However, the number of Marrow Beasts was a little too much. Moreover, there were even more terrifying existences among the Marrow Beasts than those they had encountered in the past. However, at this moment, the disciples of the various lineages finally had a way to deal with the situation. Since they were all bronze plate disciples, they were not fools. Therefore, when they heard the instructions, how could they not understand that the various lineages had reached a cooperative relationship? Since it was a cooperative relationship between the 8 lineages, they naturally had no doubts and immediately acted according to the instructions. Suddenly, many disciples of the Sky Array lineage flew out. At the same time, many disciples of the 8 lineages flew out to protect them. In the beginning, this situation did not cause any commotion among the Marrow Beasts. However, when the disciples of the Sky Array lineage arrived, they began to work together to form the Chaos Origin Skylock Array. The seemingly endless Marrow Beasts around them had clearly sensed the danger. Therefore, in the next moment, their ferocious eyes continuously passed through the crowd and finally locked onto the disciples of the Sky Array lineage. However, every disciple had already expected this. After all, even if the Marrow Beasts did not have intelligence, they would still instinctively seek luck and avoid danger. Therefore, how could they just watch as the danger continued to take shape? Roar! In front of the crowd, the Marrow Beasts at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage also roared in unison. A powerful aura swept out and headed straight for the crowd. Do it! At this moment, it was unknown who shouted, but soon after, many disciples began to circulate their spiritual energy to block the incoming aura. However, even if they managed to block it, no one would relax in the slightest. After all, they were only building the foundation of the Great Array. If they could not even block it now, then there was no need to set up the Chaos Origin Skylock Array. It would be a waste of effort. As the foundation of the Great Array continued to be built, the impact of the marrow beasts also became more and more violent. Fortunately, there were quite a number of disciples from the 8 lineages. As long as they defended, they were able to block the continuous attacks again and again. However, in this kind of resistance, when more 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts with fleshy wings appeared from the depths of the mountain range, the pressure became even greater. This was because there were probably more than a dozen marrow beasts at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. If they were to allow it to come at them, it would be hard to say whether they could completely block it. Therefore, at this time, even though Yan Chutian knew that he would have to deal with the final Marrow Beast King, he still didn't dare to do so. There was no way he could hide it anymore. After all, if they couldn't even successfully set up the primordial Heavenlock Array, then their so-called preservation of strength would be meaningless. Powerful auras appeared one after another. Even if all the disciples of the Heavenly Array branch had to control the primordial Chaos Heavenlock Matrix. In total, there were close to 30 people from the 7 branches. There were nearly 30 people, all of whom were the top disciples of their respective factions. If they were to ask them to instantly kill more than 10 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts, there would be some difficulty. However, if it was just blocking, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Moreover, apart from them, there were still some disciples who could free up their hands. Even if their strength was slightly inferior to the former, it wasn't a problem to use them to block. Many disciples worked together to block, in addition to the support of a large number of disciples behind them. Under the lead of the dozen 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts, the beast horde's attack was terrifying, but it was still blocked in the end. And if there was one, there would be 2, 3, and even more. Time and time again, the beast horde's violent attacks were blocked by the combined efforts of everyone. In such a short period of time, every disciple of the Heavenly Array branch who was being protected did their best to build the foundation of the primordial Chaos Heavenlock Matrix that covered the sky and earth. Not long after, the foundation was finally completed. However, this was still not the time to relax. Although the foundation was completed, only by connecting the meridians could a powerful primordial Chaos Heavenlock Matrix truly appear. Therefore, they still needed time. However, at this time, the marrow beasts seemed to have clearly sensed the extremely dangerous aura between heaven and earth. Even though the Marrow Beast King still hadn't appeared, from the depths of the mountain range, there were flapping wings again, and a loud sound that was enough to shatter space rang out. Everyone looked over and saw several 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts with wings on their backs appear between heaven and earth. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the disciples of the various branches felt extremely pressured. This was because they could completely imagine if they didn't work together like before and instead advance together like before. One could imagine how flustered they would be when faced with such a situation. However, even if the 8 branches were working together, no one dared to relax in the slightest. If they couldn't block the attack of the Marrow Beast Horde and cause the primordial Chaos Heavenlock Matrix to fail, all of their efforts would be wasted. In that case, who knew how many disciples and even disciples of the various seats would be killed in the process? Roar! The arrival of many 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts seemed to have given the marrow beasts a great deal of confidence, causing them to roar in unison like a huge wave that swept across heaven and earth as they charged towards the crowd. A powerful force rumbled through heaven and earth, tearing apart the space in the sky. The ground was also in a terrible state as it shook violently. In the next instant, when the marrow beast tide collided with the 8 branches guarding it. When the lineage disciples collided with each other, a huge shock wave spread out and lingered for a long time. Fortunately, the 8 branches seemed to have withstood the first wave of impact. The first time they resisted, it seemed to have raised the crowd's spirits by a lot. Because just like before, if there was one, there could be two. As long as the number of 5th-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts didn't increase, then even if the marrow beast tide charged a few more times, they should be able to withstand it. And as if to prove this conjecture, the next 2 waves of marrow beasts charged again, but they didn't make any progress each time. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, because it seemed that as long as they continued to delay like this, it would be fine until the primordial chaos heavenlock matrix was truly formed. However, at this time, many disciples could vaguely sense the outline of the great array that was becoming clearer and clearer around them. The marrow beast tide charged once again, but it caused a series of horrified cries to ring out somewhere. Then, the originally complete outline of the great array trembled violently at this moment and disappeared in an instant. This caused the expressions of the disciples from the 8 branches to change, and they hurriedly looked in the direction of the commotion. Looking from afar, it was obvious that the marrow beast tide had torn a hole in the area guarded by the blood spirit lineage, allowing several ferocious marrow beasts to charge straight in. Although the hole was quickly filled, as long as one had some eyesight, one would be able to see that the originally perfectly round aura of the great array in the direction of the blood spirit lineage was no longer complete. If one were to pay more attention, one would be able to see that the marrow beasts that had taken advantage of the situation to wreak havoc had already seriously injured a disciple of the Heavenly Array faction who was concentrating on constructing the Great Array, causing him to faint. With regards to this point, the disciples of the Heavenly Array faction naturally wouldn't hide it. After all, no one wanted the responsibility to fall on themselves. In other words, the Chaos Yuan Heavenlock formation was no longer complete, and it was very difficult to predict what the outcome would be if it was continued. If they were to start repairing it now, it would take a huge amount of time. In other words, the time needed to set up the formation would be extended by many times. However, even if there were 2 choices, both of them were extremely terrible. There was no need to talk about the former. Although the latter only extended the time needed to set up the formation on the surface, who knew what would happen during this extended time? What should they do if an even worse situation occurred? Because of this, many gazes were filled with dissatisfaction and resentment as they looked at the blood spirit lineage. Even some of the seated disciples were no exception. From their point of view, if the blood spirit lineage had not failed to defend, how could such a situation have occurred? Faced with so many surrounding gazes, the blood spirit lineage disciples felt as if there was a sharp blade on their backs, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. This was especially so for the disciple who had been guarding the torn hole. Even though he was already seriously injured, he couldn't care less about his injuries. Instead, his face was flushed red and filled with shame. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 743. What a bunch of trash! Xiao Shan's face darkened and he could not help but curse in Tianyang's faction when he saw the change in the blood spirit faction. Due to this change, their situation had become extremely bad. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might even have to give up on the Crystal Essence mountain range. After all, even if they had a secret plan, they would only do so after conquering the Crystal Essence mountain range. If the situation was so bad that they had to give up on the Crystal Essence mountain range, it would be useless no matter how many secret plans they had. On the other hand, He Ling's expression changed slightly in the Kong Tong faction. He had the same thought as Xiao Shan. If they could not even conquer the Crystal Essence mountain range, what was the point of talking about plans? Luoyu, who was dressed in white and exuding a noble aura, frowned slightly when she saw the situation. However, she did not look at the blood spirit faction with blame in the end. She only sighed softly. She knew very well that the blood spirit faction was not happy to see this. Therefore, instead of blaming them, it was better to quickly think of a way to save the situation. However, when she thought of a way to save the situation, Luo Yu could not help but sigh again. They might have a solution in other aspects, but when it came to formations, they were all laymen apart from the disciples of the Sky Array faction. How could they think of a way to save the situation? As she thought about it, Luo Yu could not help but look at the Cloud Sky faction, because she suddenly thought that perhaps not everyone was a layman. At the very least, she knew of one person who had once displayed astonishing strength in the formation Tao. However, after sweeping her beautiful eyes a few times, she ultimately withdrew her gaze and did not say anything. After all, in her opinion, the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation was no small matter. Even if it had once displayed great potential in the formation Tao, it was unlikely that it could change anything now. However, just as Luo Yu was thinking in this way, her pretty eyes suddenly brightened. This was because she was shocked to see a figure soaring into the sky from Yun Tian's camp. Perhaps it was because of the many gazes in the past, but at this moment she recognized the figure almost instantly. This figure was none other than Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian's rise made her think of something. However, even though she thought of it, she still found it hard to believe. After all, could it be that the opponent's array skills had reached such a high level? At the same time, Yan Chutian's figure also attracted the gazes of many disciples. However, most of their gazes were filled with confusion. After all, they did not understand the meaning behind his actions. Only those like Luo Yu who knew that he was proficient in the formation Tao were able to vaguely guess what was going on. But even if they had guessed it, they were still in disbelief, just like Luo Yu. Although they knew that Yan Chutian was proficient in the Tao of formations, it was still difficult for them to understand. Could it be that he was also familiar with the primordial chaos heavenlock formation of the heavenly array lineage? Ignoring the many confused or incredulous gazes, Yan Chutian headed straight for the broken base of the formation. Descending on the damaged area, he looked directly at the disciple of the Sky Formation faction who had suggested the Chaos Heavenlock formation seat. Senior Brother Yen, give me a diagram of the Chaos Heavenlock formation. Perhaps I will be able to fill in this damaged area. It was fine if Yan Chutian did not speak, but once he did, it was shocking. The many disciples instantly understood his intentions. However, it was precisely because they knew that dense shock involuntarily surfaced on their faces. However, while some people were shocked, there were naturally people who revealed undisguised ridicule after being shocked. For example, He Ling of the Kongtong faction not only revealed a mocking expression, but also mocked without hesitation. Even if you are proficient in the formation Tao and have stepped into the Xian Array Master Realm. But do you think that you can know the layout of the Chaos Heavenlock formation just by looking at a few diagrams? From the Tianyang faction, Xiao Shan smiled but didn't say anything. However, he looked like he was looking at Yan Chutian overestimating himself. Not only them, even the neutral disciple of the Sky Formation faction, Yen Yuan, revealed a look of surprise at this moment. Although his tone was calm, it was obvious that he didn't believe that Yan Chutian could fill in the gap. Because if he could do that, his attainments in the formation Tao wasn't something that anyone could do even if he was a disciple of the Sky Formation faction. The layout of the Chaos Heavenlock formation cannot be lost. Otherwise, everything will be wasted. So you, however, just as he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. Because he saw the vertical eye at the center of Yan Chutian's brows slightly open. As a formation Tao cultivator, he couldn't be more clear about this vertical eye. Wasn't this the spiritual eye? Spiritual eye. Not only him, but many other disciples of the Sky Formation faction were also shocked. They were all too familiar with the spiritual eye. It was the strongest and most precious aid to a formation Tao cultivator. Before this, it seemed that in the entire Firmament God Palace, only their senior sister of the Sky Formation faction had it. However, now, they actually met a disciple with a spiritual eye? Amidst the shock, someone suddenly recalled that there had indeed been rumors of outer sect disciples with spiritual eyes disappearing a long time ago. Seemingly shocked by Yan Chutian's spiritual eye, Yan Yuan finally took out the diagram of the Chaos Heaven Lock formation. However, before taking it out, he couldn't help but ask again, if the repairs are not done properly, it is very likely that the entire formation will collapse. Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't answer. He just lightly stepped with his right foot. When he completely landed on the damaged area, he unfolded the formation diagram that he had absorbed. He would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Indeed, he had only taken a few quick glances at the formation. It was no different from a fool's dream to want to lay out a formation just by looking at it. However, he didn't want to lay out a great formation. He just wanted to patch up the damaged area. Even though there was quite a bit of difficulty in this, it was much easier than the former. Moreover, at this moment, even if he didn't want to do it, he had to do it. Otherwise, this dilemma would very likely cause his plan to conquer the Crystal Marrow Mountains to fail completely. After unfolding the formation diagram, he quickly swept his gaze over it. At this moment, his formation Dao attainments could be put to great use. Otherwise, it would take too much time to understand it. However, understanding was only the first step, and it was also the simplest step. After understanding it, attempting to structure it into reality was the most difficult step. At the same time, seeing Yan Chutian scan the formation diagram, the surrounding disciples had no choice but to brace themselves and continue to resist the surrounding marrow beast. However, this was different from before. Everyone was waiting for Yan Chutian. Only after confirming that he could truly construct the Chaos Origin Heaven Lock formation would the others continue to construct the Great Formation. The disciples of the Heavenly Sun faction and the Kongtong faction all had disdainful looks in their eyes. This was because they didn't believe that he could truly construct the Chaos Origin Heaven Lock formation so easily. Even if he had a spiritual eye, it was only due to good luck. After all, the spiritual eye was only an aid to Formation Dao, not a Formation Dao attainment. They wanted to see how he would explain himself when his overconfidence was exposed. They looked at Yan Chutian and saw that he was really going to patch up the damaged area. Luo Yu's face was also filled with unconcealable shock. However, even she wasn't sure if he would succeed. It would be great if he succeeded, but if he failed, it would mean that all their efforts today would be in vain. Furthermore, at that time, the other party would also become the target of public criticism. The beautiful Lu Lieni of the Freezing Sky faction, who was called Senior Sister Lu by Cher, looked over with her beautiful eyes and a trace of regret appeared on her face. She didn't understand him because in her opinion, Yan Chutian's actions would most likely result in failure. She had chosen to ally with the Yuntian faction because of the relationship between such a rash person and Cher. Such a decision was truly foolish. At this moment, the only ones who were most grateful to Yan Chutian were all the disciples of the Blood Spirit faction. Because the flaw was there, they couldn't escape the blame no matter what. Now that someone was willing to patch up the flaw for them, they were naturally grateful. However, even though they were grateful, they couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, he wasn't a Formation Dao prodigy of the Sky Array faction. Thus, even if he unexpectedly possessed a spiritual eye, could he really repair the formation diagram and construct the Chaos Origin Heaven Lock formation in such a short time? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 744. In the huge mountain range, the battle between the Marrow Beast Tide and the disciples of the 8 factions continued. However, in comparison, the atmosphere within the Blood Spirit lineage was rather quiet. The gazes of the numerous disciples were all directed at the figure that had suddenly filled in the spot that had originally been missing. Even if they didn't deny it, they were grateful for the other party's help. But although they were grateful, they couldn't help but feel disbelief in their hearts. After all, everyone knew that the other party wasn't a genius of the Sky Array faction, but of the Cloud Sky faction. Even if he unexpectedly had a spiritual eye, which was the most useful help for array cultivators. However, who could guarantee that his attainments in the array Tao would be so high? If he failed, the consequences would be too severe. Once they failed, the primordial chaos heavenlock formation that was set up here would be for naught. Even if they retreated in time, countless disciples would be eliminated here. At the same time, Yan Chutian sat down cross-legged. He had already eliminated all the noise around him, allowing himself to be completely immersed in the array diagram of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation. Although great arrays were accompanied by great arrays, the more profound the array Tao cultivators' attainments were, the more powerful they would be. However, there were differences in the grade of great arrays. This Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation was an extremely high-grade array. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary small array, relying on the powerful array Tao foundation of his previous life, even if his array Tao strength hadn't fully recovered, he could quickly see through it. However, even if the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation wasn't low-grade, Yan Chutian didn't need to completely grasp it. He only needed to know the general idea. Therefore, after scanning for a long time, he finally slowly retracted his gaze and put away the array diagram. The moment he put away the formation diagram, even more gazes than before converged on him and locked onto him. They all understood that whether the other party's actions were ridiculous or if he was really confident, it would be revealed soon. Under countless gazes, Yan Chutian closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, he raised his palm slightly. An indescribable mysterious aura gradually gathered and circulated. This was the power of array Tao. Of course, ordinary cultivators couldn't understand this scene. Only the disciples of the Sky Array faction heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he truly understood the array Tao. If after all this the other party didn't know anything about array Tao at all, that would be too ridiculous. However, this was only the beginning. Knowing the way of formations was only the basic. It also depended on whether one's attainments in formations had reached the level of a mystic formation master. Only after these two prerequisites were fulfilled would there be a possibility to truly fill in the gaps left by the disciples of the Sky Array faction. At a steady pace, Yan Chutian continued to slowly circulate the power of the array Tao. The mysterious power that drifted between heaven and earth was also present. Under his control, it continued to become vigorous and could not be ignored. At that moment, the disciples of the heavenly formation lineage were the ones who were the most shocked. Because from this moment on, they truly felt the aura of someone who had stepped into the realm of profound formation masters from the power of formation emitted by the other party. In other words, he was truly a Xian array master. Knowing this, many of them were astonished once again. Because they all knew that the other party was a disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage, and his cultivation had already stepped into the third level of the Sky Palace realm. However, at the same time, his attainments in formations had also reached the level of a Xian array master. How could this not shock them? He's actually a Xian array master? Since he's a Xian array master and also possesses a spirit eye, how could the elders of our Sky Array faction miss out on him? While the hearts of the Sky Array faction were shaken, the other disciples couldn't sense it clearly. However, it wasn't difficult for them to pry some things out from the reactions of the disciples of the Sky Array faction. And when they saw it, their expressions couldn't help but change. Could it be that the other party really had a chance to turn the tide today? At that moment, the only ones who had ugly expressions were the disciples of the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction. It was undeniable that they also hoped to conquer this Crystal Essence mountain range. However, if they really did rely on a disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage to turn the tide, it was still somewhat difficult for them to accept. In the Tianyang faction, Xiao Shan's expression was gloomy. If the situation developed in this way, conquering the Crystal Essence mountain range wouldn't be a problem, but it would make it extremely difficult to carry out their original plan. After all, if Yen Yun succeeded in turning the tide, how could he make things difficult for them during the distribution of the Crystal Essence mountain range? Everything required a reason, but if the other party was the greatest contributor, it would be difficult for them to make a move even if they could find a reason. In the Kongtong faction, He Ling was the same. His expression was neither good nor bad. Of course, he wanted to see the completion of the Chaos Origin Skylock formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to conquer this Crystal Essence mountain range. However, the problem now was that if the Chaos Origin Skylock formation was completed, then the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage would become the greatest contributor to turning the tide. At that time, how could their plan with the disciple of the Tianyang faction be carried out so smoothly? The two of them were conflicted. They could only watch the figure sitting cross-legged in the Blood Spirit faction in the distance. Yen Chutian unhurriedly unleashed the power of Array Dao. As he slowly merged the power of Array Dao, he began to construct the Chaos Origin Skylock formation according to the image in his mind. Although it was only a corner of the Great Formation, the most important thing about a formation was that it had to be complete and flawless. Otherwise, even if the formation was completed, its power would be reduced and the flaw would become the most obvious flaw in the Great Formation. Yen Chutian understood all this. Therefore, he was constantly paying attention as he constructed the formation. However, he had already opened his spirit eye. As he constantly scanned the formation, he couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. It wasn't hard to imagine how much energy Yen Chutian would consume. More importantly, this was a huge test of his willpower. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to make up for the formation so meticulously under such heavy pressure. Even for Yen Chutian, this was a considerable test. There was also the possibility of failure. In less than a quarter of an hour, his forehead was covered in sweat. Even so, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. His mind was extremely tense. After a quarter of an hour, time seemed to pass slower and slower. The test for Yen Chutian also became greater and greater. When a quarter of an hour truly passed, it was as if several hours had passed. During this process, many of the surrounding disciples were also tense. Their gazes were fixed on Yen Chutian. This was especially so for the disciples of the Celestial Array faction. They knew very well just how important this was for Yen Chutian. In other words, success or failure was already decided in this instant. Suddenly, an ancient buzzing sound rang out. Accompanying this buzzing sound, there seemed to be an invisible power that rapidly rippled through the world. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples of the 8 factions, they could only sense a mysterious power rapidly spreading around Yen Chutian. But this didn't stop them. After that, they sensed that the pressure of the Array Dao that had suddenly dissipated appeared again. At this moment, if they paid attention to the disciples of the Celestial Array faction, they could see that at this moment, every disciple of the Celestial Array faction had a shocked expression on their faces. They stared at Yen Chutian and then looked in all directions. They were proficient in Array Dao, so they could clearly sense that at this moment, the Chaos Origin Heavenlock Array was faintly discernible in the Array Dao between heaven and earth. In other words, the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction had really made up for the incomplete foundation of the array. While everyone was still in shock, Yen Chutian had already stood up and shot the array diagram in his hand towards the disciple of the Celestial Array faction, Yen Yuan, as he slowly said, "Senior brother Yen, the incomplete foundation has been made up. Next, I will continue to construct and complete this Chaos Origin Heavenlock Array together." Due to the shock in his heart, Yen Yuan hesitated for a few breaths before he put away the array diagram and hurriedly nodded in response. Even he found it hard to imagine that the other party had really made up for the incomplete foundation of the array in such a short period of time. If he knew that the other party had no need to fake it, he would have suspected that the other party had long known about the Chaos Origin Heavenlock array. Otherwise, in such a short period of time, just by looking at the array diagram, he knew how to make up for the incomplete foundation of the array. Even he himself didn't have much confidence in this. Add a bookmark for easier reading.